Good afternoon. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Give me a second here. How you doing? When did we last left our hero? Yeah. The game bot. Yeah, that's. I don't know if I'll be able to do that one with this project. I don't think so. That might be a little out of scope for this. But how you doing? Welcome, Romero, Bridgewater. Hello, hello. So a little bit before chat, before stream, I went looking for something that would just. We were talking about it the other day. Something that would combine Twitch and YouTube chats. There's a lot of like bespoke services that like do the whole package of streaming, right? And as like a side effect, it'll combine the chats, right? But in order to use that feature, I have to like use their whole service thing or whatever, or download their own fucking streaming software. Like, stop it. Way too much shit. So I found one that might work. I don't know. It's a Windows binary, but it's fucking Electron. So I'm attempting to. I was attempting to get that up and running before stream, but I'll just keep it going. So I don't know. Terminal's Sixel? What? They're just building a Doom to play directly from the CLI. I haven't. No. I'm not one for like the fancy graphical terminal things, right? With all the I was about to say fancy colors, and there's colors all over my terminal. But I mean like the fancy like mod line things and all the kind. I don't care for that. I've had enough trouble just getting like colors working in certain instances, right? Like with I remember getting Vim working correctly with the correct colors in Tmux was a whole its own beast of a project, and I finally got that working, and I don't want to like break that, right? So I've played around with a few different terminals in the journey of getting that working, but yeah, now that I have it working, I'm not eager to break that. Not eager to break it. Eddervoss, how you doing? Welcome. All right. So today, yes, I almost no, not yesterday. Friday. What we're doing? I'm putting in a frame buffer for Sixel right now. Gonna make it 3D library. Oh, nice. Not bad. Right. So, button stuff on menu. Right. That's what we're gonna work on in a minute. But yesterday I started a new project, kind of thing, sort of. So I bought this a while ago. This is all Famicom related, so don't get too worried. This thing, the detached system, right? It's a fucking card reader, with its own. Oh, come on. With its own like special cartridges, or whatever. So this one's Dragon Ball. With its own like special cartridges, right? Say like. It's like the e-reader, but for the Famicom. Right, and older, I guess, right? So it's got these cards, like this one's all green. Okay, let me find one that isn't green. Hang on. Like this. That's not all green. It's mostly blue, but whatever. But it's got like a little barcode thing on it, right? A little barcode thing. So the idea is for this particular one, this is Dragon Ball. This particular one, it's like a fighting game, right? So you load it up, and then you scan two character cards, and those two characters fight each other, or they're the characters you control in the fight or what have you. And then I guess there's like item cards too. Mine doesn't work for whatever reason. I'm not entirely sure why. I might do some more digging on this in a bit. Before we bought anything, yeah, it looks really interesting. So the actual like game itself works. There's something wrong with the reader though. The reader does detect a card and see a card there, but it doesn't ever read it correctly. So when I was taking this apart, I discovered that in there, like right about there actually on the other side of this, is a little knob that I can twist to adjust something. I'm not entirely sure what it is to adjust. I can actually bring up a picture of it though. Hang on. Because I took a picture of it. There. Film images and then detach. All right. Nope, not the cards. I'll get to those in a second. There we go. So this is the actual reader board, the thing that Portugal Lord. How you doing? Can't aim. How you doing? So this is the actual card that does the reading, right? This right here is a little adjustment thing. John Mega, hello. Adjustment thing that does. I don't know what it adjusts. It's hooked up directly to the sensor. Jarbu, how you doing? Welcome. Did I realize this? I started 7 minutes ago, so you're right on time. Don't worry about it. Yes, I don't know what most of this does. There are 4 test points on this board, however, that have holes in the shell for them, in the case for them, right, in the plastic. It's this one right here. This weird, like, you know, weird trace that's just to a single blob of solder. This guy that's in the middle of a longer trace, and this guy right here that's also in the middle, on the corner of a longer trace. And that other guy too. I don't know what they test for. I haven't made a schematic out of this or anything like that. Not that I know what that I'm looking at anyway. Yeah. So I opened it up the other day, took some pictures, and then pieced it back together to see if I could get it working. That's a blurry picture. What picture is decent here? What the hell? Took a few pictures. That's blurry. What the fuck? I thought I took better pictures than this. Did I just not take them off the camera yet? Ah, that's too bright. Oh, there's the better pictures. All right, there we go. Yeah. Belgian flag going yeah. Losing bingo this year? Uh-oh. Can't put all the extra that's outing on my bingo card to see what's that. I haven't seen the news, so I don't want to ruin my weekend. I'll read that next tomorrow or whatever. Monday's gonna be a hell of a week. But yeah, so dead simple card. Whoop 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 whoop. Got some RAM, got a mapper chip essentially. Not entirely sure what this shit is for. And then a little cartridge connector for the little baby cartridge. Which I assume only has like a ROM card on it. I haven't been able to open this thing. I don't think there's any screws. I think it's all clips, which is a problem because it's really soft plastic. Right? So there's like a clip right there. And I tried getting in there, and it didn't like it. It didn't like it at all. Frying Walk, how you doing? Yes. I'm just going over some stuff I was doing yesterday before I get into the code of it, which is right there. The code, this ROM is Tetris, by the way. Messing that on. Where did he get that screenshot? What the hell? Anyway, nope. Unplug that. Plug in this guy. There's my controller. I turn my Bluetooth on. Temk? How do you say that? Welcome, by the way. How you doing? Yes. NES games were in assembly. The vast majority of them, anyway. Not necessarily all of them. But yeah, a lot of them absolutely work. Someone, how you doing? Will I be able to T-spin? Yes. Yes, that was something I was working on not too long ago, but that is already implemented. It's not implemented well right now. There's still some edge cases for the detection of the T-spin for scoring purposes. It doesn't handle walls correctly, basically. Will you be able to do a DT cannon? Yes. Yes, you will. In fact, so that's one of the things I want to work on today. Is not necessarily the DT cannon itself, but so I am not very good at playing Tetris, right? So getting for me to get a DT cannon set up in normal gameplay, I struggle. I struggle, right? So I've started to write out a like a practice mode kind of interface thing. I just noticed I'm running at 50% speed. Hang on. Normal speed. None of these options are actually implemented yet to actually load up the board. Like it'll preload a board, right? Let me go over to if I spell it right. Come on. God, spelling's so hard. Screens and then practice boards. This one, yeah. So I've got some like practice beginning boards, kind of like for debugging stuff. Something to help you. Yeah, so it's just a practice mode is what I want to fully implement and flesh out a little bit. Because again, why did the music stop? Because again, I'm not very good. Right? And let me refresh this. Okay, so I guess my music just died because Pretzel's being a bitch. Welp. All right, well, so much for that. But yeah. So I have been heavily referencing this wiki right here for a bunch of the rules for the different games, how the different games handle certain things, and this is what I used for figuring out the rotation system with the wall kicks and all that. We got the wall kicks working about a month or so ago, I think. I'm not doing. What was it? Was like an alternate for this one. I'm not doing that for the eyepiece, but everything else I am. So that's the Akira one, Akira SRS. I might do that. I don't know, but yeah. But yeah. So I've got the rotation system. I've got kicks working. I've got T-spins working, and half detected correctly. Like I said, there's an edge case with the walls where it doesn't detect correctly if one of the faces is on a wall. I'm aware of the issue. I just need to get around to fixing the damn thing. But yeah, and yes. So this is an emulator that I'm working in. However, that said, where is it? This one. Okay, I'm gonna try. Hang on, let me try that. Try that again. Hang on. Listen, that wasn't right. There we go. Okay, that's better. I'm gonna type something in. Send, I think it is. And this is that ROM working on actual Famicom hardware off screen. It wasn't right, but it was funny. Yeah. So yeah, it works. It works well, I think. I'm not, like I said, I'm not very good. But the main idea for a lot of stuff is to bring in. Was it really just two of those? Okay. Bring the modern Tetris features to the Famicom, basically, right? So it's got a bag system, it's got the hold piece, it's got the SRS rotation system, it's got the T-spin detection stuff. It also has, I reset that real quick, and then did it just start? Yeah, okay. Also has a 2-player mode. This isn't finished yet. You can see on either side of the screen for both players. How you doing? I'm not gonna implement Baltaro. No. There's like the little graph thing for the garbage. I am going to implement that, but I haven't gotten around. I haven't gotten to that point yet of being able to. I'm not being able to. I just haven't gotten to the point of implementing it, really. Yeah, it's not that I can't. It's just that I haven't gotten there yet, right? But it is a fully functional version of Tetris. It looks solid. Thank you. Appreciate that. And yes, the 2-player does actually work. Oop. Okay. Well. Like I said, I'm not very good, but I can kind of get by. But yeah, so I do want to continue with this today. All right, I didn't actually finish the the game over state for this. It's fine, don't worry about it. It's fine, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'll get there eventually. There's a lot of stuff I have to work on. Is this gonna work now? There it goes. Okay, my music is back. There we go. But yeah, PB Lack, Black. Hey, say your name. Hello. How you doing? Welcome. You should put Tetris on the NES. That's what that is. But yeah. I think I came to a good conclusion. Maybe just using KDE Plasma makes life happy. If it works for you, fantastic. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Search sees Tetris NES missing a lot of modern features. Also search. I took that personally. Basically, yes. That's basically what happened. All right. So I was watching some VTubers play some Tetris really well, and I'm like, wow, I want to learn how to play Tetris, kind of thing, right? So I went and got Puyo Puyo, right? And I'm fucking dog shit at it. I can get by barely, right? But I'm terrible at it. But I don't know. Starting it up was always a hassle. And I'm like, wait a minute, hang on. I've got 2 versions of Tetris already on the Famicom that I could just fire up, right? No hassle. And then I started playing them, and I'm like, oh no. Oh no. This is old Tetris. Oh god, it's missing things that I am already accustomed to. Add a no-fail mode where the bottom lines disappear after a while? Nah, I don't know about that. Yeah, because one of the other versions I was playing a bunch of was there's like a Game Boy Advance version as well, right? I've been playing that one a bunch on an emulator. Wrong game amount. Yeah, I understand that now. I understand now, right? But anyway, so I was playing it on the NES, and I was fed up with not having like wall kicks and stuff. Not that, I wanted to learn how to do that stuff, and I couldn't on the NES. So I'm like, fine, I'll do it myself. And that's where we are. The one that makes Longboy buildings in the real world. What? So good you don't need a game over chain. Yeah, okay. I swear a lot of the articles and guidelines on the Arch Wiki have a special section for the KDE Plasma users. That's so easy to follow. There's an article goes, "Welcome to hell." Yeah. Yeah. Then there's the bullshit that I pull in Arch, where where I have to find the fixes on fucking pull request pages because fuck you. Quick little tangent about that. So my keyboard is not QWERTY, right? It's a weird ass keyboard. This one here. Sorry for the flashbang. This is the layout I use, right? It's a custom layout, and I got it set up as a custom layout in Linux. And it took me a while to like get it dialed in to just fucking work and not break every time I updated, right? Yes, Dvorak. And yes, it is on a split keyboard, so. But it's a modified version of Dvorak. It's a modified version of programmer's Dvorak, right? So I started with standard Dvorak years ago, but I do programming. Right? I program a lot. So programmer's Dvorak swaps the numbers and the symbols on the number row, so the numbers are shifted instead, right? So I don't have to hit shift to use the brackets and all that, which I use all the time when programming, right? So I figured I'm gonna try that. So I did, and standard programmer's Dvorak switches around some keys from standard Dvorak because reasons, and it pissed me off. So I modified it so it didn't do that shit. And for the longest while, it would just break when updating updating X on Linux, right? So like once or twice a month sometimes, right? So I have to like manually merge files or whatever. Eventually, I got that dialed in and figured out, and it was fine for like a year or two, right? Until fucking last week, when a library changed how they did things and basically moved or deleted a folder or moved it somewhere else and then like symlinked the old folder. But because I had custom shit in there, the update broke and it refused to update. So I had to search for why thing break. Turns out someone pushed a breaking change a few months ago, and that finally hit upstream, like when I updated last. So I had to find the fix, fucking in a bug report, essentially. Anyway, no changing job computers would be pretty much hell. So kind of. So I have a Windows installer for that layout as well, right? But my keyboard at work, I've got it set up to do some shit. Tempting. So at work, we RDP into a lot of shit in Windows, right? And I don't know if you know this about RDP in Windows. It's garbage. So when I RDP into the host, it doesn't take my keyboard settings. It just defaults to QWERTY, which is annoying as hell, number one. So I have a 60% at work. I think it's a 60%. It doesn't have the function rows on a layer. So I reprogrammed one of the modes, right? Because I can have different layout modes or whatever, right? To take Dvorak key input and translate that into QWERTY. So I could type Dvorak and have Windows set to QWERTY and it still be correct. The program defend white pipeline is real. I'm not denying that fact. Oh. RDP is the reason the same people use Parsec for it. Yeah. Is there a good OS? No, they all suck in their own way. No. This is installing Debian. Don't knock Debian. I've got the computer that's running my stream right now is Debian. Yeah. Hardware remap all your keys. I mean, that's kind of what I do with the work keyboard. Yeah. I don't know how to use a program keyboard. I believe that's QMK. So I have Kinesis keyboards. So Kinesis TKO. This is what I use at work. The TKO, and then I think it's the Advantage is what I have here. Nope. That's the quote-unquote professional one. 360? No. Is the name on the bottom of this thing? Somewhere, probably. Freestyle. This is the one that I've got in front of me here. This here. And then, okay. Can you actually, like, load the damn page? Thank you. This is what I use at work. This is my daily driver at work. I really like it. Yeah. Always choice all depends on what issue you just gave up on getting fixed. Yeah. 40% blank. Programmer socks, carries, and a few other things. Just a few, yeah. So I while I don't, believe it or not, I know some of you will not believe this, but believe it or not, I do not own any programmer socks. Believe it or not. I do have a kilt, though. So. Not beating the, right? Yeah, so. Yeah, I can't really talk. But had a Sailor Moon costume. Yeah, that costume was too goddamn small. I swear to God, I should have gotten the larger version of that costume. I think the VOD for that's still up on YouTube too. I didn't take it down. Took a here's a while back though. Nice. Maybe make you better at JavaScript. Ew, JavaScript. Ew. I say as I am actively installing something in with NPM just to see if it works. Oh, it broke. Wait. Oh shit, it worked. Interesting. Oh. Build? Did I mean that? I mean, run. Sure, I guess. I don't know what I meant. Errors and okay. I'm not. All right. I'm not bothering with that. I'm not bothering with that today. Put that off stream. This is unexpected. Yeah, and I was right to be suspicious because it didn't fucking work. Miha, how you doing? Socks are for PHP. Everyone knows that. Hello, welcome. Originally for a Halloween costume, admittedly, but still. Here I go. Where am I going? Oh, that. Yeah. So this was, 4 years ago. Oh my God. Yeah. So I played Sailor Moon dressed as Sailor Moon. This was so uncomfortable to wear. So goddamn uncomfortable. That was the only non-fighting Sailor Moon game that I could find. Because everything else was like, you know, Mortal Kombat, but Sailor Moon, and I'm like, I don't play those kind of games. I don't know how to fucking do that. So it was some like RPG I found. You know, Wild Sailor Moon. Yeah. It was fun though. I had fun. I enjoyed it. I was terrified to stand up though. That skirt was fucking short. It's way too goddamn short. Oh. Anyway. On to what I wanted to get done today. I'll get this scanner thing out of the way. Oh, actually, before that, hang on, just a quick update on something. It says it's closed, but it hasn't confirmed my win yet. I think I won this. I think I actually won this. So my bid was the last one before it closed. So hopefully I should have this coming in the mail soon. And I'm excited to see inside this thing and get some extra tapes and the manual. Want that manual. $90. But it's gonna come out to like probably 200 after shipping, honestly. Which, whatever, I'm fine with that. I was getting ready to set up a sniper bid for fucking $500, so I'm all right with that. I am not saying that. I'm just not. But yeah. What were we saying last trying to change the light bulb? 150 with shipping and taxes? Probably. I don't know. Like I said, I expect to pay like 200 to get it in to my apartment, you know, give or take, which I'm okay with. Honestly. As long as I fucking get it. As long as I can get it. I'll be okay with paying some money for it. Yeah. Oh yeah, so one of the reasons, by the way, I want that. So I have a few of them already. Like this is the case for one of them. And the internals for that one are right here, right? But I'm doing a lot of archival for that system. And again, for those who are unaware of what it really is, it is. Yes, this is another one. Don't worry about it. It's a it's an old tape drive for the Famicom, and programs, lessons come on tape, and it's got recorded audio and data on the tape. One on each channel, right? Over here. Yeah, so it plugs into the top of it. Got a little tape drive. I'm working on some write-up stuff. Those aren't figured out yet. But I have finished going through all of the standard Enjoy English tapes. Recorded gameplay for all of them. There's no like commentary or anything like that. It's just gameplay. Grab some screenshots and a short little blurb about, you know, what each one is and the titles and all that kind of crap. Finished that up this past week, I think. Yeah, this past week. But yeah, so there are more tapes, and I want to archive more of those tapes. And yeah, I want to archive more of them, get more of them out there. There's a lot of tapes that are basically lost media right now. So we're trying to find a bunch of them. So, yeah. Hit 30C. Ooh. Yeah, I think when I went out for lunch today, it was almost 90 degrees, I think, Fahrenheit. What is it right now? I'm going to check. They're usually all loners. Come very special work conditions and tape media especially. Yeah. There was. I'm still disappointed that I didn't get this one, but $60. But a while ago, there was another system that dropped on Yahoo Auctions that I did not win. It ended up going for like $1,000, and I should have dropped $2,000 on it, honestly. But it's this thing. This is a different version of the study box that I had never seen before. So we were aware that there were at least 2 models, possibly 3, right? The first model, the form factor was more of a, it was a lot closer to the disc system, right? So it had the tape drive on the bottom, and the Famicom sat on top, and there was like a little adapter thing that plugged into the top of the Famicom to talk with the tape drive. That was a leased unit, so none of those are out in the wild right now. From as far as I understand, none of them are out there in the wild. And then there was the version that everyone else has, which is this one. This one was sold because they're fucking everywhere. This is the hardware here is not that uncommon. I see one pop up about once a month, give or take, on Yahoo Auctions. Give or take. But the tapes are extremely rare. What is a study box? Study box is a education system for the Famicom. It runs off of tape, media on tape, right? So if I go over to one of these, let's go over to English 1. Again, this stuff is all on YouTube. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Appreciate that. But let me go ahead and pause my music real quick.
2.
Let me back up just a tad.
Hello, 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 hello. I'm Akira.
So yeah, this audio is coming off of
Akira.
the tape.
What's your name? What's your name? I'm Arnie.
So yeah, this one here specifically is for teaching English. There are other tapes that teach math and science. And there's at least 2 additional sets for English. Yes, exactly. It's an old like education, right? Education, entertainment kind of system. Only sold in Japan. And like I said, this one here is for teaching English. But there are the ones that teach like math and science that I haven't really dove too hard into. They correspond very closely with a bunch of workbooks. And a few years ago, I was actually able to get my hands on some of the workbooks. Where did I put those? Oh, right there. Workbooks. Let's get cropped. Lesson 1? Nope. Did I not finish this? I didn't finish doing these. Forget where I left off with this. This one?
Hello, I'm called Monkey. What's your name?
Yeah, that's not great. But yes, they all come with workbooks, right? This one, oh, processed. Nope, okay. But this is that cover for the for the first workbook, right? For the first lesson. So when you play through this, you follow along in the workbook, and
hello, I'm called Dog. What's your
yeah, it's got like different interactive things in each workbook that you follow along with on the tape and all that.
Nice to meet you too.
With the English stuff, it's easy enough to get by without having the workbooks. However, with the math and science, at least the math one especially, not so much. The science ones, I think you can. 'Cause that's we've gone through a bunch of those on stream before, like the fucking frogs one. But the math one is a different story entirely. That's very, from what I remember anyway, very tightly connected to the workbooks with the lessons. But yeah, so I'm doing some archival work for this, which is why I am buying more of them, basically. And this one specifically, so it's got a really weird, what's it? Serial number. Let me set this up again. So if I open up this guy here, so these are all the serial numbers I've seen. The ones in green are the ones I own. And with one of them that I opened up, I need to open up the other ones to verify this now. The serial number inside it is different than the one on the case, which is curious. But yes, I've been writing down the different numbers that I've seen, so we can maybe figure out ballpark how many were made, when they were made, that kind of thing. But there's a few that have a really weird serial number that don't even conform to the same format. So I don't know what the hell is going on with these at all, right? And this one that I bid on has one of those. That's this one right here. It's got a really weird, bizarre serial number on it. So I want to get it. I want to see what his deal is. right? And bonus points for having extra tapes and some workbooks. Now, I should patch the study box format to also include the workbook so the emulator can show the pages alongside the tape. That would require me to have access to the workbooks to put in there. Oh yeah, and the flicker is correctly emulated, by the way. So that it's also like that on hardware. Yes. Yeah. Most of the tapes had the labels fall off. So if they haven't been recorded over, people can't even tell what they are. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I haven't seen the labels fall off of any of the ones I have. And the ones in this listing, are still there, right? At the very least, they're standout colors, right? Not to say that other, like, just standard audio tapes weren't. But if they're taken care of well enough, right? Like, you don't even need to try that hard to take care of them. As long as they're not outside, damp or whatever. As long as they're in the cases that they came in and not direct sunlight, that kind of thing, they're probably fine. Probably. Honestly, I'm having more trouble with tape drives to get the audio recordings recorded onto new tapes and to verify that those work. That's my current hurdle with this stuff, right? Is duplicating these tapes onto other tapes that work, right? So the master will work. Well, I say master, but you know what I mean. An original tape will work fine, but if I copy that exact same audio to another tape, that doesn't work for whatever reason. I've discovered that my tape drive is kind of shit when it comes to that. I don't know what the hell's going on with that, but, it's not great. So I need to figure out how to deal with that. But at any rate, Mr. U, so what's this now? What's this one? Oh, yesterday, because it's on a t-shirt. Okay. These rounds people not thinking they were worth keeping or selling and throw them away. I could see that. Yeah, I could absolutely see that. Because I know I've done that in my past before I knew any better. But so I can see that happening. Absolutely. And these are all from the early '90s, right? So I open up the turn off my computer over there. So if I open up this guy here, this is my spreadsheet of tapes. 90 from 91 to 93 is what I have confirmed from these names, right? So yeah, all in that rough time. I almost said time zone. All in that rough period of time, right? But yeah, so for instance, these ones up here, I have these two ROMs. ROMs, or do I have the? I don't think I've got the recordings. I think I just have the ROMs of those. Whoop, go back. Yeah, I don't have I don't have the recordings of those. I just have the ROMs. Actually, I could have just looked over here. Oh no, I do have the audio. Really? Well, I gotta find where I put it on. But yeah, so in the title, Power Trial number 6, Power Trial number 12. Okay, so there's at least 12 of them, right? So I know that these probably exist, but I don't have them. I haven't seen them anywhere. I'm not even sure what this tape looks like. I know that these tapes in the listing here, those are Newtonland, so those are like math and science. So they're, some of this shit down here. I'm not sure exactly. I haven't actually read which ones these are, but yeah. But yeah, a lot of lost media in there, I'm sure. I'm trying to find it. DRM, that's not quite. Anyway, on to what I'm actually doing today. 40 minutes after I start. So where I left off last time is I redid a bunch of the basic menu stuff. Basic menu being this one here, as well as the options menu here. This options menu is back to mostly working. The only thing that isn't working on that is the clearing of the save, which would clear the high score tables and reset those to the default, the default entries, which is, do I have one that has the default? Which is that? That's the full default entry list, right? It was originally using a hackier method of clearing everything. It was like setting a Boolean, right? And then when that screen loaded up next, it cleared out the save or some nonsense. Instead of just doing it like right here, which is what I'm gonna start with. Actually, I'm gonna start with doing that. So I think first I'm just going to not ask for confirmation, but I do need to eventually ask for confirmation. What was it? Options and here, and this guy. So clear save. If I go over to high scores, scores. There is a routine in here somewhere. Yes, this is the bug clear save. Init RAM. Is it just that? Clear save table. Press not equal to reset. What's that called? Theo, how you doing? Welcome. Init RAM. Where is that called? Grep. Init RAM. Star. ASM and I and ink. Main. Okay. Oh, okay. I see what this is doing here. All right. Init RAM, and then this here is just going to be clear RAM. We're going to get rid of that. Get rid of that. And do I have oh yeah, that's what this is right here. Okay. Check for what's it, the magic values basically. All of save RAM. Okay. And I'm going to call that directly. From over here somewhere. Nope, not that one. Over here, actually. JSR and clear RAM. So it should just clear it. And we are going to try that right now. Reload. Okay, so no, that's not what I wanted. Reload. High scores. All right, so we have some scores in here. And we're going to clear them. Hopefully. Clear. Why? Why? Why did you put 32 there? That doesn't belong there. God damn it. High scores, and they are cleared. Good. And that should also like change this back to defaults, right? Right? Yes, but it doesn't update the screen. Uh-huh. Okay. Doing good. That's good to hear. I'm doing all right. Doing pretty good. I think I won that that auction. It still hasn't been verified yet, but it closed hours ago, and my bid was the last one. So if this goes through, I'll be doing a lot better. It belongs, but it does strange things. Yeah. I mean, the easiest thing would just be to redraw the screen, I guess. So yeah, let's actually do that. Nope. Go over here. Clear RAM, and then we're going to SP. Oh no, VS on that. Utils, and we're gonna go over to the options again. Enum options. So we're going to load a init index options, and then jump go to init. Okay. Load that. Options. Good. Okay. Fantastic. And down here B works, right? Good. All right. But I do want a confirmation for that. So I think I'll put that on the second screen, right? Second name table. So I open up tile map. Yeah, I'll put it over here. I just need to... I'll figure out how I want to do that. Do I want to draw that? You know what? Let's... Because I've already got code in here for the second name table screen, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to screens. Options doesn't have one in the first place. All right. Well, I'll draw that with the basic menu, I think. Okay. Draw a confirmation input prompt on the second name table. Okay, so we're gonna load up let's go there. 2549. 25, store that into 2006. And then 49. Are you sure? ASCII Z. Yes. No. Let's try that. I'm gonna load A, load X 0. I'm gonna do a loop here. Load A, confirm text at X. Branch equal over there. Store that into 2007. Like that. Paste it there. 89. Yoink. Do the same thing, but do not load X. Okay. Fox Unleashed, how you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? You could have used the menu system for this. Just a 2-option menu, cancel, confirm that the button switches to. Ooh. You're right, I could. You know, I think I like that better. I think I like that better. And we're going to try that. Not utils. Okay. In options. Init confirm clear. Grab that, paste it there. Data confirm clear. Hidden Fox? Well, what makes my Tetris modern? That's not RTS. So old school Tetris doesn't have a lot of modern features like the bag system. So the RNG in OG Tetris on the NES is trash. Whereas in new games, you get a bag of 7 pieces. Those 7 pieces are the 7 pieces in Tetris shuffled, right? So every 7 pieces, you are guaranteed to get a full set of pieces, right? It's just shuffles the order of it. A hold piece. I implemented a hold piece. The SRS rotation system, which gives me wall kicks and T-spins. Yeah, stuff like that. Multiplayer. I do plan on putting in garbage, so when you clear like a few lines and have like a combo or whatever, it'll throw garbage at player 2 or player 1, depending on who you're playing. Black Hamster, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah. Yes, quality of life stuff. Yep, and correct colors, right? So, OG Tetris, everything is they're patterns on the pieces, right? And every few levels, like the color palette changes, or every level the color palette changes, right? Here, the color palette never changes; it's always the same, but it's proper colors, right? I screwed this up. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, what am I doing? What am I doing? Jesus. I'm going piss poor is what I'm doing. Yeah. So this is gonna fit the official certification guidelines. Maybe, I don't know. So I am taking rules from a different a bunch of different implementations. The rules that I'm picking and choosing from are mostly scoring things, scoring guidelines, right? Scoring and level progression. As far as everything else, it should meet guidelines, right? Yeah, so the bag system exists, the hold piece, the rotation stuff. Yeah, for the most part, it should meet guidelines. Yeah. I remember having a DOS Tetris game where you had like a level select for 12 levels with custom rules. 50% of the screen was already full and you can't be cleared. Only like 2 of the levels modes were beatable as a kid. The rest were impossible. So I do have a little bit of that implemented. I do need to get back to a few of those. That's the different game modes here, right? So the only one that I really have implemented is single block mode, where it will just give you one block that you've got to use, right? And you got to figure out how to clear the board with this, right? So there's that. I do want to do one where the board is like halfway-ish filled with crap that you got to clear out. That'd be the dirty board, right? No hold, just disabling the hold piece, right? A time attack to see how many you can get in, like how long it takes you to get 200 lines or whatever, or to get to a certain score or something. That's not implemented at all. Classic would be removing all the quality of life shit. So, well, not all of it, because I won't redo the fucking rotation system. That ain't happening. Well, maybe, because I can disable that, I think, pretty easily. Because yeah, the SRS system is built on top of the standard rotation system, which is just rotating like fucking in place, right? So it doesn't have any of the kicks or any of that kind of crap. But the idea for classic is like you don't have a bags system, and what's it? You don't have any hold, right? No hold piece. That's the idea, I think, behind that one. But again, that's not actually implemented yet. I don't think it is. I think I might actually have the time attack implemented, but barely. I don't know. I don't remember. I have to go back and figure that out. But yeah, so right now it's a lot of cleanup stuff for certain things. Cleanup for what's it? Some menu things. Making rewriting, refactoring some code to make stuff a little bit more reusable. So I don't have to split things across banks yet. I'll have to do that here in a bit, but not yet. Yeah. All right. Are you sure? All right. Word. Gonna take that button. Word. Confirm back. And this one is going to be confirm clear. Like that. Yes. No. All right. Yet 3. No 3. I like that. All right. Actually, I can do some bullshit here. Because I don't care for. Is that gonna? That's gonna work. Yeah. Clear. Yeah. Clear. Okay, so back, at back, and at clear. back is going to previous menu. It's gonna grab that, but instead of going to Penguin, how you doing? Hello, goodbye. All right. I think I have the yes, no backwards. I do. Thank you. Options? Is that what it is? Options? Yes. Okay. And then clear is going to do the actual clear. Where did I actually put that? Was that in... Yeah. I'm gonna yoink that. Paste it there. RTS. No. Didn't clear save. This one shouldn't need to actually load any palettes, honestly. Shouldn't need to load any palettes, but we are going to JSR wait for IRQ before we do that. RTS is inarticulable? Yes, it is. I only copied it over because it was over here, so. Okay. Make. Init clear save undefined. That's not what I called it. Init confirm clear. Okay. Options. Ooh. Oh no, what happened? Where are we? Debug debugger. Is it stuck in there? How? Why? I've got that. Address pointer 2. Why? Why is it over there? Why is it over there? Okay, wait for IRQ. We're going to go ahead and bump that down. I'm going to grab the event viewer. No, I have to wait for... No. Nope. What the... Wait, no, that's right, isn't it? Okay, that's correct. I need to wait for NMI, though. NMI. Like that. Ooh, wait. That expects the menu, the drawing to be off, though, doesn't it? Alright, so we're going for NMI. I can do that. 0, 0, 0, 0. Yeah. What memory address from the RNG? I don't know what I was doing. Make. Reload. Okay. Clear save. All right, so we're gonna wait for NMI this time because we need to be in NMI for this to actually do anything. Okay, we're in NMI now. Turn off drawing. Jump to the init. Okay. Well, this doesn't clear the screen. I don't want to make this like a main... Oh, God. Am I going to have to make this like a main state? I am, aren't I? Because there's a bunch of shit that doesn't happen here. Where is this reading? What is this? I didn't actually put this anywhere. Load up. We're gonna put that up here actually. Load up. Low byte of that and the high byte of it. Try that again. Yeah, okay, so. I'm just gonna add to this. $32-second latency. Oof. Oof. Yeah, I'm gonna go via go to init. That's what I'm doing now. Confirm clear. Okay. I'm doing that now. So I'm gonna do this. Now that we're going through the init, we got to do that. Up here, and this one I need to actually have as this guy here. And they go to init. Okay, that should work now. Why was it way down there? Do I not, like, reset the selection or whatever? You know what? It might still have the IRQ set. does it put that down there? Okay. Put this over here so I can see it. Is the NOI buffering being weird? It might be. Might be. What are the what's the data with that? NOI. NMI opt NMI update adder. Okay. I need those. Do that. It's 0, so it shouldn't actually do anything. Breakpoint there, as well as our Q. There. Okay. Clear sprites. We're going to jump out of that. The attribute, clear extras. Do some of that. Fill the screen with nothing. Fill that one with nothing. Init routines for the bank. Confirm clear. The palette. Palette. Menu data, menu data. Go to the init, BB29. That's correct. So, it actually draws everything. NY handler, okay. Hang on. I'm not clearing the selection on init. These aren't fucking used. I'm clearing the wrong goddamn. Oh my god. Oh god. Selection, previous selection. Where the hell are the other ones? I'm gonna be using this the correct goddamn. Yeah, okay. 388. NY update data. Use the correct goddamn variable. Okay. Okay. Try this again. There we go. Am I sure? No. Okay. Am I sure? Yes. Fantastic. Fantastic. I think I actually want a little notification that says data cleared or whatever, right? That'll automatically just time out, go and go to the menu, this menu, after a second or two. Or if you hit a button. See, let's do that real quick. That shouldn't be too bad. That's all that is doing would be just putting a delay basically in this. So once it clears, yes, once it clears, clear option was selected when you cancel, but not really necessary. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, where it's got the previous thing on there. Yeah, that would require me preserving that selection thing, but I just went and cleared that selection because it broke things. I mean, no, I think I'll keep it like it is for now. Murakumo, how you doing? How hard is it to learn to write an emulator and then games for that platform as a beginner C dev? Do you know any other languages? It depends. It depends on what your aim actually is, right? Making a 6502 CPU emulator, not too bad, right? In fact, that might be a good project to try out, right? I've done the exact same thing. Writing a NES emulator, the CPU part is only part. The CPU is only part of the system. To get anything displaying, you also have to emulate the PPU, right? Which is another chip. It's basically the video card. That is where a bunch of the struggle, I think, will come in, is PPU stuff. Because that's when all kinds of weird timing shit is introduced. That if you don't have right, games will not run, right? So I don't know. I haven't actually done a full NES emulator. I've done a CPU emulator for the 6502. But web and app dev is a job, but I hate that. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But yeah, try your hand at it. I mean, I'm not saying don't try. Just try it. See how far you get. You know. But yeah, I'd start with a CPU emulator if anything. Yeah. And then running stuff so. Making games for that thing. Okay, well, what are you emulating? You wouldn't write stuff specifically that only works in your emulator. You'd write things that work on the thing it's emulating, right? Kind of want to do a Sega Master System. All right, well, it's the same idea there. I'm not all that familiar with the Sega hardware. But it's the same idea where you start with the CPU thing and then another chip, and then the difficulty is going to be coming on is going to be introduced when those chips have to communicate and you have to emulate the communication. Because like for the NES, the PPU operates faster than the CPU. For every one cycle on the CPU, the PPU does like 3, I think, give or take. I think it's about 3, somewhere around there. So timing is kind of wonky if you're not careful. Like, you can bite you in the ass. Yeah, luckily you don't really need to write an emulator to make games for the system. Absolutely. Yeah. So I didn't write this emulator. No, this is not x86. This is 6502 assembly. A bit more, a bit simpler than x86. What's the Sega Master System? Is that a 6800? I forget. No, Z80. All right. That's right. Just I think it would be easier for me to learn to write games after I made the emulator. I don't know about that. I mean, to write stuff for this, you'll want to learn the assembly for it. Writing a CPU emulator can absolutely help you learn the assembly. That's not how I approached it, but I mean that could work for you. You know. No. But then again, like, so the CPU is only one part of the system, right? There's also the display portion and the audio portion of the system, right? Which are done a little differently. So the sound, yeah, for this system, a Texas Instrument thing, and for the display, I don't know. Audio chip. I don't know. I guess I'm not too familiar with this system and how it displays stuff on the screen. I had one of these a long while back. Yeah. All right. Okay, so we're going to disable IRQ, clear RAM, wait, JSR wait for NMI. And then we're just going to quickly draw something on the screen. For now, we're just going to put it right there. 2249. Okay. Load up. 22. 49. Okay. Load X0. Start a loop. Load A. That at X. My highlighting broke. Cool. Branch equal over there. Store that into 2007. And then we're going to load up a I can put this in Y, actually, can't I? I can put it in X. I can put it in either one of them. I think. Yeah, because that doesn't clobber X. So yeah, we'll do that. Load X. 120, 2 seconds. right? JSR, wait for an NMI. Well, kind of. Wait. Decrement X branch not equal to wait. JSR, was it read controllers? Oops. JSR read controllers. And then like that. Put it there. Button press. Branch not equal to end. Oops. Be any to end. B, A. And start. Yeah. Okay. Okay, wait 2 seconds, or if A, B, or start are pressed. Okay, let's try that out. 153. Oh, nope, like that, okay. Increment X, I do. And a decrement. Oh, I have the decrement there. Oh. Okay. Clear save. Yes. Clear. Nope. Bullshit. God damn it. There's another one. Okay. All right. Nope. I want this, and I want that over there. All right, clear RAM. RAM is cleared. A friend of mine. Clear text. Okay. Load X. Do I clobber X immediately? Let me use Y instead. Let me use Y instead. I want to reset scrolling after drawing the test. That's true too, actually. Slap it too fast, but yeah, it did screw up with the scroll there. All right, load up 0, store that into scroll. No, 2005 twice because the actual scroll values didn't change, so I just reset it to that. And then wait for a 1 NMI, and then we'll do the loop. Okay, reload that. Over here, it did clear the save though. Okay. Reset the scroll, wait for NMI. Okay. Read controllers. French not equal. French not equal. French not equal. Wait, friend of mine. Why is X 1? I'm decrementing X. Decrement Y. I changed that to Y. Let's try that again. Okay. That's a little long. Jump out of that. Oh, jump out of that. Okay. Y is 0. Cool. Cool. Cool! Alright, X and Y are out of the question. Temp X and Y are out of the question. Let's use temp A. Now, does decrement set 0? I think it does. Yes. Decrement sets 0. One, 2, 3, 4. Too long. One of these days I'll get it right. I swear. 1, 2. There we go. Okay. Oops. Good. Much better. Okay. Good. I like that. Fantastic. I wanted to get diff options. Remove that. Oops. Okay, yep. Get add options. Add that. This is what I want to get rid of before. Add that in there too, why not? What else? Scores. You'll add all that. This one. Yep. Add that. Okay. Good. Finish re-implementing clearing save RAM. Okay. The button on the options menu to clear all of save RAM. Now asks for confirmation before clearing anything. This confirmation screen uses the basic menu code instead of some specific crap just for this. Additionally, a notification is displayed for 2 seconds after clearing the RAM before loading up the previous menu. Should the clear button text still start with debug? Hang on. Oh. Should not. Clear save data. All right. So, I'll probably clean up placement for that confirmation thing later. Placement being just like, you know, aligning the yes and no vertically or horizontally rather. Right? With like spaces or whatnot. And I'm gonna have to figure out doing some sort of centering with the title up top. I do that with a scroll, actually. Look at that little scroll. But that's not going to be for here. We're not going to do that yet. Yeah. What I do want to do next, these practice modes. What do I have for this is back again. I think I want to see if I can get these. Not really practice modes, practice boards, really. If tile level centering is enough, you could do that with spaces as well. Yeah. But I want it to be generic enough where I don't have to fucking bother with that, right? So I might do something similar to what I did with how would I call it again? It was the Helldivers thing. The little mini game. What did I call that? Stratagem Hero. This here. Right. So in this, start. That text is centered with scrolling, right? So if I open the tile map viewer and default display mode and do not display that. So this is just written directly from that the left-hand side, right? And I'm centering it with scrolling, right? Just entirely. Right? I might do something like this. And the way I figure out the centering on that is I get the length of the string, cut it in half, and it does like an odd even thing I do, I think, for if it's like an odd number of characters, I add like 4 pixels, I think, to the scroll. Subtract 4, whatever. So I can actually get it center on screen. But I'll do that some other time. I'll do that tonight. Today. This afternoon. Whatever this is. Some other time. Yeah. That almost doesn't look centered. So I'm looking at like both of them, right? This almost doesn't look centered, but that's because this isn't like a full width. And I do some centering shenanigans on the side here. So I need to play more of this game now. I mentioned that the other day, didn't I? Like they finally opened this back up. Whoop! They finally opened this back up to open up the regions so anyone can actually play the damn thing. But, yeah. Anyway, recent Tetris. A little bit over there. Ugh. Okay. Yeah. So the practice modes. I do want these, I think, fleshed out into proper modes. Maybe. But I don't think I'll start there. I think I'll start with like how I handled the debug screen, right? Where that was a compile time thing, right? Where if that was set to true or whatever, it would, instead of clearing the board, it would draw an initial board. I think I'm going to start there, where it just draws an initial board and does nothing else, right? For an actual, like, practice mode, I I don't know how I would want to handle that, right? Like, would I want to have it like auto reset after a certain time, or, you know, have a specific order of blocks, and then like if you get through all the blocks and you don't place them right or whatever, it just resets or game overs or whatever. I don't know. That might be a little out of scope for now. Yeah, that might be a little out of scope for now. Yeah. So for now, let me practice. Initial board is something you'll probably want anyway, so it seems like a good place to start. Yes. Yeah, so I think I'll start with the initial board stuff, because I do want to do that with something similar, really, with the dirty board stuff. Now, because I haven't figured out how I want to do that yet either. You know what I could do for that? So at most, I'd only want, like, I guess 10 rows filled. But I need to know... I need, like, a good RNG for those rows. Or a decent enough RNG anyway, right? So I might just, like, auto-generate... Or not auto-generate. Well, yeah, I might just generate individual rows, right? With, like, blanks and pieces or whatever in like, Go or something like that, right? And when drawing, just use some RNG to pick which rows to draw, right? Which rows to use. So that way I'm not trying to figure out, like, frequency or any of that kind of crap in assembly, right? Yeah. Anyway, practice, do button. Okay, to do, yep, that doesn't do anything yet. Well, first, how much space do I actually have right now? Do I need to start thinking about... No, thinking about space. Soon, yeah. Now, I mean, I guess worst case, I could like do a long jump into another bank with this, but I don't know. The ones that are on the screen are included. Yes, that is what this blue right here is, and they are compressed. It's 1 bit per cell, right, on the board. So it's each board's like what, 40 bytes, I think, plus the actual title, obviously. Oh, this is piece RNG. What the hell? Yeah, so this right here, that is all of the data for that. 105 bytes. I think that's all the data anyway. What's this right here? Oh, that's the pointers into that, yeah. Plus any leaderboards, yeah. Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad, I suppose. Okay, so let's go over to Game ASM, because this is going to be a single player thing. And in here, I should probably unroll some of this stuff. What's that in mind? Keep the sword up, never mind. Start game, okay. And then these go down to init game, which is here, and then this is the debug field there. So for this, Load up. Load board. And this won't work for the RNG part of it, but like the dirty board. I could do that differently. It's fine. I load that up. Branch minus. So if it's FF, right? Load board ID. That. All right, so it's FF. We're not loading any boards, right? Actually, we're just gonna compare that to FF directly, I think. Compare it to FF. So I have 254, 55 choices, right? Branch equal over there. Otherwise, JSR2 load board, and then jump to after board. Okay. Can't put it there. That all falls through. Load board. RTS. Okay, so for this, actually, what if I just use a pointer instead of an index? Yeah, let me do that. Let me have a pointer to that instead. So in main. I mean, I could like reuse one of these, like pointer 4, because I'm not using that between the two. Right? Yeah, let's use pointer 4. Where did I put this? I didn't. Alright, so that's not going to be an ID. That's going to be more of a flag. Yeah, let me a flag. That's fine. Whoop. Okay. And for this over here, we're going to grab. Ooh. Title. Can we do button? All right. Decrement opt. No, decrement. Fucking basic menu ASM selection. Decrement that. Load it up. And then we're gonna multiply that. By 2. Shift it, and then we're gonna load up. Practice boards at X. I need to put that in X though. Put it in X. Okay. Store that into address pointer 4 plus 0. 0. Oops. Plus 1. Plus 1. Plus 10. No. We'll keep that RTS for now. Okay, so expects a pointer to the board in address pointer 4. By 2 or by 4? 2 words. Oh, good point. Well, by 4, and then I need to add 2. Two and 3. Yeah. Okay, so with this, I don't have any code to actually unpack this yet. All right, so we're going to load up store that into temp Y. Loop 10. So then to temp X. If using the pointer anyway, it could also be used as the flag, assuming no board data in 0 page. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. Let me get this figured out first, though. Okay, so... actually, no, I don't need to do this. I just need to... load X 0, load Y 0, for each byte. Each load Y. Load I. Address pointer 4 at Y. that. Next byte. Increment. Branch not equal over. 1. Increment X. No. Just jump to loop. I'm not approaching this right. I know that. What? Wait a second. Hang on. Let's go! All right. Finally confirmed. Fantastic. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! So I did win that, and I will be getting it eventually. Yeah. Okay. Basically, with this loop, I need to loop through every single byte in there. Yeah. Load that. Okay. Rotate left. Not rotate. ASLA, because that puts something in carry, right? Yes. Puts it in carry. Okay. Branch carry clear. Carry is not clear, so we're going to load 1. Load a 0. Store that into oh no, it's game.inc. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Appreciate that. Field grid at X. Increment X. Compare X to 200. Branch equal. Done. Okay. Otherwise, decrement Y. Branch not equal to byte. Covering A for the ASL. That should work, right? Put it in temp A. That should work. ASL supports 0%. Does it really? You're right, it does. Okay. So I could just do that. Not have to worry about it. Load it, store it, shift it in 0 page. Okay. That shouldn't be too bad. Does this build? It does. Good. Oops. Okay. Main ASM. I don't think my NMI's ever touched pointer 4. But here I do need to go into address pointer 4 plus 0 and plus 1. Clear it out there. All right. There we go. Put a 0 roll A. That's true too. Yeah. I didn't even think of that. Let a 0 roll A. Yeah. Branch carry clear. Nope. Oops. Yeah, so this will shift it off onto the carry. Clears A, and then rotates that back onto the grid. Do I want to hang on. What's the piece I want to actually use for that one? I think I want to end it with like 10 or something like that, don't I? Because I think I want to actually use a use something with that. Maybe what was the how did I handle that again? That should be fine. And we'll find out. Okay. Let's see what happens. Many of the branching if pieces aren't different by just 0 or 1. Well, I mean they should be. See also if I just like color. Because it's bank, I think are the low bits, right? Bank and then the palette. So the palette being 0 should be fine. I don't know. We'll find out. I think it should be fine. And then bank 0 or 1. Yeah, it should work. Let's see if it does anything. Why are you loading this again? Because it RTS'd. God damn it. All right. For now, we're just going to Whoa, whoa, whoa. Do that. Standard shit. And then we're going to start game. Do I... doing it. That's not what I wanted. Yes. Okay. Okay. Load up. Init index. Start game. Jump. Go to init. Symbol start game undefined. What do you mean? Oh! Let's go! Now I actually need the pieces. Nope, that won't work. That I don't think will either. There we go. Wait, did I fuck up somehow? No, it didn't load it correctly. It's offset by 1. Hang on. What? How did I fuck that up? Yeah, it's also wrong at the... Well, actually, no. The bottom is the only one that is correct, actually. All the others are correct. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's encoding it incorrectly. God damn it. Fabian, how you doing? What are we doing and fixing? So I am implementing a like a debug board kind of thing that's a little bit more fleshed out, kind of, sort of. Hopefully to eventually turn that into a garbage in, garbage out, yeah. Into a proper practice mode, although I won't be fleshing out like a proper practice mode today. Right now I'm just working on getting a few layouts like this one, and this one Ads. Oh no. I'll wait. I'll wait. It's okay. I'll wait. I'll wait. Ugh. Yeah, it's okay. You're fine. I'll wait. You're good. You're good. While I wait for ads, I'm gonna open up. Go this guy here. So it's broken somewhere in here. Somewhere in this mess, it's broken, and oh god. Ugh. What am I using for the checksum? Oh, Jesus. That means those labels are gonna change. Ah! I shouldn't have done it that way. I just shouldn't have done it that way. All right. Do that on the name instead. Right on the back. Welcome back. Yeah, so I am working on getting these boards right here encoded into a compressed format and then decoded in assembly onto the board. So it loads it up so you can actually like practice with it and play with it, right? It looks like I have the assembly correct, but the data that the assembly is reading is wrong. And I'm not entirely sure why. So I gotta figure that out. So I'm checking the encoding now. Okay. So you're ready, array of coming models? Well, the boards, yeah. So it's just list of data. Make an array of coming models. What do you mean models? This is just for the board itself, right? A layout of the starting state of a board. So you can practice with it, right? You can model like a figure. I mean, I guess, but it's more of just a layout, you know. But at any rate, it's encoding it completely wrong. So here, the number of ones I'm expecting is, what did I say, like 9, and I have 10. So that's an off by 1 immediately. So what I'm going to do, outbyte, print the, run practice boards go. That requires input, doesn't it? Input, god damn it. Make file. Oh, let's just make. That just okay. So that just spits out the data. I want to actually spit out. Not that. J is 8. Column 0. If column equals 10, call equals 0, format.print line that call plus plus. I don't know, maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I think that was it. the hell is that? 4, 5, 4. Okay. Ah, yes. Okay. So that's yep, that broke. Because that shit changed. No, it's gonna be menu practice name. That one. Should really have like just a incremental ID for this, I think. But instead of a hash, right? But no, it shouldn't change now unless I change the actual text, so that should be fine. There we go. That's better. Yeah, because I can put that there now. There we go. Fantastic. Fantastic. And it didn't see... I don't have to... Oh, no, I don't actually display the, what's it? The T-spin stuff yet. Yeah, I don't actually display that yet. All right. This is the hack for step 14. We get the hack for step 14. What do you mean step 14? Get gray blocks. No, so the gray. I mean that's only like because I technically don't assign a proper palette to that. So the way that all of these work, all the colors work, right? I'll go right here. So I've got a different palette for half of them, essentially, right? So each palette has two separate block colors on there, and I have it set up so I use a different tile to choose the colors, and I'm just not choosing any proper palette for these colors, so it's taking gray, right, instead of a different color. Which works fine, actually, Invisible blocks. Okay, so for on invisible blocks, actually, I do want to have that. That's a mode I forgot about that I do actually want to put in there because that's one of the ones I did want to I wanted to do for a while, and it won't be that hard, believe it or not, because all I need to do is during the init, I just need to change the board tile to not be tile 0. I just need that to be like tile hex 20, the space character. I don't need to change anything else because the way it selects the colors, right, is through what's it? Banks, right? So I go over here, tiles A sprite. Come on. So this right here is the default first bank, right? And over here, 2. This is bank number 2. If you look at both these banks, you can see there's nothing here in bank 1, but there is something there in bank 2. So to put a tile down, I just say, hey, we're gonna use bank number 2 for this square instead, for this tile, and then it draws something, and then to choose a different color, that's bank 3, and to choose the all white clearing color, that's bank 4. Did you see that explanation of the step? And make the game break, but I don't know. It was on NES. I'm not sure entirely what you're referring to. Like end game on OG Tetris? Because yeah, I know of that, right? Where you can lock up the game if you like clear rows in a certain way and with certain points and shit at a certain level. Because the devs never thought you'd get that far, right? Anyway. But yeah, so if I just change the tile, right? If I just change the tile to the space character right here, that is empty on every single bank. So it'll still do the bank changing bullshit, but I don't care. It's on there anyway. Yeah. There's a way now to skip that loop. Skip the lock, the crashes. Yeah, people are still figuring out like ways around things in OG Tetris. Oh. Yeah. This bank is also where I have some of the notification stuff. And over here, I do want to I'm gonna use one of these for the hold and the what's it? And the bags, the next pieces as well. Make them a little bit smaller. You know? Yeah, those blocks. No. Meanwhile, so we're just getting on the problems in the OG NES Tetris by making his own instead. Exactly. Yeah. I ain't patching shit. I'm building it from the ground up because I was frustrated. Fine, I'll do it myself. Right? It's one of those. Okay, so I fixed that. Let's make sure that those others still work. Or not still, but the others work. Yep. I don't remember how to actually do this one. Is that actually correct? Hang on. Yep. Okay, that one's correct. Then we're going to reload. Go over here. Practice. TST tower. Good. Fantastic. And this one, let's see if I can do this one correctly. Nope. No. I didn't do something right. I missed. I need that there, I think, right? I need something to catch on to. Make. Yeah, practice tower. Wait. No. I need to like get into there, right? Try that again. Like that. That's what I needed to do. So I need to keep that like kind of clear, right? And then have nothing to actually like. Oh, cool. Yeah, all right. Well, whatever. At any rate. Add that. Yeah, I didn't change anything for that one. This one I did, though. Add all that. What I change here? No, DD. What else? um, if v equals 0, do that. Else, well, let's just combine and then do this. One space. There we go. That's better. Write data, ASCII. Yeah, and we're also going to format.print line peb.name. And not bother with that one. Okay. Good enough. Okay. Implement loading of the practice boards. This currently works similar to the debug board in that it just loads the initial board state. An initial board state instead of from data instead of clearing the whole board. In the future, I'd like to flesh out a proper practice mode. Something with predefined pieces and reset rules. Yeah. To avoid the name of the problems, you could make that program generate the practice menu data. That could also get they simplify some of the other generated data. Probably. Probably. No. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know about yet though. Okay, what else is all this crap? RM basic menu, nope. Get rid of that. What the hell is this? Oh, I know what this was. This was to auto-generate that style menu from tiled data. Well, I'm not doing that. You are correct, Fabian. Yep. In fact, I think I'm just gonna delete this code because this didn't do anything yet. Put it in a comment. Why? Get rid of that. What is this? What? Get rid of that. Tags, because that was broken. Notes. Ah. Standard's done. Mostly single block is all right. Yeah. That's actually all implemented. That's not implemented yet. Part of it is. Same with this. Part of that is also implemented. Because I think I'm doing the. I think I'm recording times. Maybe I'll do this one. A dirty board. RNG board with max height. Clear the board. High score is time. I don't know about high score for that one. No hold, classic. No bag. The fucky RNG. No hold piece. No hard drop. All right, no hard drop, and then no ghost. Yeah. What the hell is this? What is that? For block column. What the fuck? I don't even know what I was trying to do here. No idea. Anyway, so let's see if I can get that dirty board stuff started. I did see it's already named init dirty board, I think, in the code. Yeah, so it's this. I don't think it actually does anything though. Right? It just sets the mode and the high score index, right? I don't know what the hell the arg is for this one. Oh, here's this. Oh. Wait. Am I not remembering implementing that? Apparently, I forgot that I already did that. Beautiful, even better, even better. I want to change the tile to a different tile, but whatever. Fortisim, how you doing? Am I saying that right? This is actually really, yes. Yeah, I'm writing NES Tetris in assembly. God damn it. No, we're just gonna load one. We're free to chat to Twitch. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. 40-line sprint game mode. What is that exactly? Just how fast you can get to 40 lines? Right? Is that what that is? Because if so, that's planned. Over here. Time attack, basically, right? How fast you can get to 200 lines, if you can get there. I don't have this actually implemented yet to actually like change the options like I can here. But the idea is I'll be able to change like the type of time attack, right? Do I have high scores for that? Reward time attack score lines. Yeah, I'm gonna want to rewrite those titles, I think. But yeah, that is planned. That is planned. Yeah. 40's pretty standard. Yeah. So I don't need to. I fucking can't believe that I already had that implemented, and I completely forgot about it. But now that I see that it's working, I remember. I remember being like, "Oh yeah, that RNG is good enough." My God. Good, that's what I wanted. There, and then there, and then hold that so I can put that one there. Oh, not bad. Add custom tunings for DOS and R. Those are rotation modes, right? I don't think I'll be doing that actually. Only because the rotation stuff was such a bitch to get right in the first place. I don't think I want to. I don't think I want to dive into that again. Redirect from R. Delayed auto shift. Oh, that. Yeah, I've already got that in there. That? Yeah. In fact, that's something that you can adjust in the options. Start and repeat, right? So how long, I think it's like number of frames to wait before the repeats start. And then this is the number of frames between each repeat. So you can change these. And these, by the way, are in save RAM. So if I, so 20 and 11, right? Close out of that. Open back up again. 20 and 11. So they persist. Right? Let's reset that. So I've got that, and I've got... I think I broke this. I don't think this works anymore. The ghost flash? I don't think that works. The screen shake I can turn on and off. I know that works. These, I don't remember if I've broken these. Because these bottom two are going to be a game mode. Oh. What about removing the line clear delay, the lock piece delay? The line clear, so that animation, I can't remove that. I've got other stuff timed to that, so that's not going away. I'm using the amount of time that it takes to clear those lines to handle some other stuff behind the scenes, so that's staying there. And any changes I make with that also affect two-player mode. And I'm not done with two-player mode. So I've got a lot of crap on here that is incomplete. Like on the left and right here, you can see these things here. That's for garbage that is not implemented yet. Oh, excuse me. That stuff is just hard-coded on the screen right now just to get a feel for how I want it to look with colors and all that kind of stuff. And then this down here, these are what we like the little notifications for the, you know, oh, you did a T-spin or, you know, back-to-back or Tetris or what have you, right? Or perfect clear, that kind of stuff. And that's not even implemented yet. But yeah, so here on the two-player mode, I've got a lot of stuff to do every frame, right? And having that time during that clear there allows me to time some other stuff, right? Allows me to get some stuff done without having to introduce any kind of like lag frames or anything like that, you know? And for a multiplayer thing, you don't want to be doing any lag frames, especially like a multiplayer puzzle game. You don't want, you do not want lag frames, right? Because that'll absolutely kill everything. It'll kill the feel of the game, right? So yeah, so I actually need those in there. I don't think I'm using all of them, all the frames rather, for something else, but yeah, the fact that they are there, I'm taking that for granted in certain spots. Or not for granted, but I'm expecting that to be there for certain timing things and input things and whatnot. Yeah. Can you put screen shake to extreme? I cannot. No. I want to give you a seizure or a headache or whatever, right? But yeah, so that screen shake is only like 1 pixel in like a square or whatever, right? Well, not really in a square, but like the balance is kind of like a squarish. Well, more like a star, I guess. But if it's any more than like 1 pixel, it is far too extreme. Very impressive work. Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate it. Yeah, I've been working on this since, what, December, I think? This past December? It's about 6 months, give or take. The lock delay could potentially be adjustable, but that affects difficulty, which makes the high score tables kind of iffy and unclear. Yeah, so right now the lock delay is simply double the drop speed. Well, not double. It's inversed, so half the drop speed. Basically, it's hacky how I have it implemented right now, but it just waits for 1 more gravity tick before locking in when it's about to lock in, right? So if I come down here, I just wait. It's double the time to actually lock in there, right? Versus if I just hold it down, it's, you know, immediate. What am I doing here? What am I doing? Oh, that was the wrong spot for that. Okay, well, I mentioned before, I'm not very good at this game, but there we go. And eventually I do want to get some audio stuff working here. And I mentioned before that I'm not going to try and roll my own audio engine for this. I've decided to not do that for this project. For reasons. But yeah. Anyway, wait, so I've got that. The RNG changed, didn't it? I'm just gonna undo that. Not sure why that refreshed. RNG tables didn't change though. What the hell? There it goes. If it was just sound effects, that wouldn't be too bad. That's early on. Right. But yeah, when you want your own music, it gets tricky fast. Yeah. So I had a decent understanding of the Family Tracker data format. But that thing, that's not it. It scares me. Yeah. See, I've got a fairly solid understanding of the Family Tracker format and how all that shit's laid out, right? But recently I have switched over to Family Studio. This guy here. Which allows me to import MIDI stuff and do that kind of proper like. But the format for this is completely different. And I don't want to figure that out on my own. So I just use the Family Studio engine, honestly. I'll put it in its own bank. And then just, you know, when I'm calling the engine, I'll switch banks and then let it do its thing. Honestly, you know? That's going to be obsolete as soon as the rollers touch the game. That's fine. That's fine. But yes, I've been playing around a little bit with Family Studio. No, not import. What am I doing? No. That's not what I want. Where I want to be actually. I want audio. This. It opened up a new one, didn't it? Yes, it did. Yeah. So I was playing around with Family Studio directly to figure out how I could how it works and whatnot. So this is just like a bog standard, very simple Tetris theme, right? Nothing fancy about it, but it's using all of the standard channels as well as one of the MMC5 channels, right? Yeah. So I was just poking around a little bit, figuring out some basic instrument stuff. And I'll probably use the export for this MIDI to get familiar with actually using the engine, right? Well, updates and changes, so you're not quite the same anymore. Yeah. Well, so the layout for this is completely different than Family Tracker, and the way that it's set up is completely different, right? Yeah. In one part's the note timing sounded off. So for this, I mean, this is all MIDI stuff. So the only thing that isn't MIDI is the noise track, which I added. So without that, this is all just straight off of MIDI. I think for these two, I think I separated these onto their own tracks because they had some overlap somewhere, I think. Yeah, like right here, there's some overlap. Right? 3 and 4? Here? Yeah, probably. Again, so I didn't actually, like, write this. I imported it. All right, the only part of this I actually wrote was noise 4. Oops, there it goes. So yeah, this is just me figuring out the framework and all that. Yeah, I won't be importing this today. I'll be doing that stuff some other time. And I'll probably commission somebody for actual music to put in here. but I haven't gotten that far yet. I do want to figure out how sound effects work with this. So I'll probably do that first, honestly, getting the sound effects working. Or rather, I'll just use this as the one song in there, right? And then get sound effects working, right? Because I do want some stuff like when like the menu selection things, changing and selecting something. Kemba, how you doing? When you drop a piece, when you clear a row, all the things that you would expect to have sound effects for. I want to figure out sound effects for. That isn't Tetris. No. Tetris doesn't fit. Doesn't fit in the channels. There's too much overlapping. So I'd have to use a different mapper. 38. Whoa. Whoa. What is that in freedom units? Fuck. 100 degrees. God damn. What is it here? I'm gonna look it up again right now. Give me a second. 22 at the moment. Whoa. That's still pretty warm. All right. That's still pretty warm. Whoa! It's currently 90 degrees Fahrenheit. What's that in Celsius? Come on, load, damn it. 20 UK. Wow. 33. It's currently 33 Celsius here. Whoa. I can't show you this because it shows my location, so I'm looking at the map. Scroll down a little bit to the map, and it's like, yeah, the East Coast, all of it is just on fire. I'm not looking forward to this this week. This week is going to be so unbearable. Supposed to rain tomorrow, but I only believe it when I'm soaked wet. So with my luck, it rains, sure, but that won't touch the temperature. It just make it humid, right? Keep dome wood, yeah, whatever that means. Yeah, yeah, hot as balls right now. It's only 15 currently because it's 10 p.m. Yeah, I don't think it'll get down that low over here. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, Captain Pie, I got confirmation on stream that I actually won this auction. So I'll be getting this eventually. Yeah. I can't wait. I got 2 new tapes. I've got, or in the mail. So this workbook I already have. Fine, that's okay. I don't know if I have this one, because that might be the Start English one, right? Let me actually check. Hang on, let me check right now, actually. Raws, lesson 1. Okay, so that's one of them, right? That's one of them. I do. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. The rest of these I do not have, including the manual. There's a manual in there for the study box. I want that. I'm not sure what these are. One of them might be. I haven't tried to figure out what it actually says yet. Yeah, manual's huge. Yeah. I assume that these 2 colored ones go with these 2, the Newtonlands. Right? Because that's what these are. One of them's math, one of them's science, probably. Table thingy behind the manual. What is that? I don't know. Oh, this. That is actually a poster. Hang on. I have that. Hang on. So these are all the books. This right here. Oh God. Okay, there's a lot of green, I guess. Well, it's blue, but it's a poster. Each of these squares is a sticker. You can't see it. But underneath it says like Unit 1 or whatever. Yeah, it's the sticker thingy without the stickers. So that'll be neat. Yeah, this one's all completed. But yeah, so I've also got like, what is this? This is a poster. Another poster, right? Behind is the new front, yeah. What else I got? Oh yeah, a bunch of the inserts that I just ended up removing the inserts. Because they were ruining the pages when I was trying to scan them. Some of these guys here for like, you know, hey, get the next one. Like, it's the mail-in thing for getting the next issue, right? But yeah, so I have most of the workbooks for, you can't see the alligator, he's invisible, don't worry about it. I think I'm only missing like 2 workbooks, right? So, all right, let me look at the numbers real quick. Went to ride a bike yesterday, started raining, and just kept boiling. Oh, God. Yeah. Whoop. Put over there. What happened if you fill and send the mail thingy today? Yeah. With the return address of the U.S., right? It's international. Return address to a Boston P.O. box. What the fuck? Where's this coming from? Oh yeah, so this is to order the other ones, right? English 6, English 7, English 12. These may have came in that number. Just gimme. I'll even pay the, yeah, right? How much you want for it? I'll pay. Let's see. Oh, that's one that doesn't have it. Okay. Here's one. Okay. Okay, so that's the one it came in. Yeah, so I've got the start issue. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm missing 8 and 9. 10, 11, and 12. So I'm missing 2 workbooks, 8 and 9. Imagine, yeah, right. Imagine if they actually honored it. That'd be amazing. Hilariously amazing. Where's my phone? I want to translate some of this. Hang on, because it's got price. It has prices on this. Give me a second. Hang on. No, not that one. I want this one. Google. Use my camera. Payment method. Lump sum for the entire term. 32,400 yen. $200. $200 for 12 tapes. 2 installments. $18,000 times 2. And 12 installments. 3,300 times 12. Yeah, so it's I don't know if I have the a scan of this actually. Do I? I think start, let's see, 1. one of the inserts. Little postcard thing. Well, these not. These were in. Yeah, these were an insert. Card front and back. Did I not scan these? I must not have scanned these then. I'll have to scan this. I'm not sure which one it came out of. Alright. But yeah, so it has... Yeah, it's got pricing shit on it. Oh, there's another one. Two of them. They're laid out differently. Yeah, they got pricing shit on it. And phone numbers, it looks like. Yeah. Oh yeah. Each tape, 2,700 if you get all at once. Or for the 2 installment, 3,000 for each tape. Or for the, individual, 3,300 a tape. I've heard of that happening actually. I don't remember the details. I think it was some YouTuber or something. The company might have noticed the game. Might have also gone the extra mile for the PR value. Yeah, for this one, the company's been bought out like 3 times since this stuff has released, I think. So yeah, they might not even be at the same location that this be mailed to, right? Not that I can read any of that in the first place. Now that is a motivation to learn Japanese. 220 today. That's a lot more money back in the day. Yeah, right. So actually, we are. Hang on. Can I do this proper? JPY inflation calculator. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Okay. So 32400. Start year. Let's do 91. End year 2025. Okay. 39,000 yen. JPY to USD. 267 US dollars today. All right. Not that bad. Yeah. And that's for all of them, right? Or if you do like the monthly, right? So that's going to be 3,300. 3,300 per tape. $27 per tape. $27.25. So, okay. 27.20. No. 27. How about you? 27.25 times 12. 327. Yeah, yeah, it was 36 for the whole thing. Or 39, whatever. 32,400 yen in roughly $1991 or yen. Nice number. Oh, yes. I didn't even realize. I forgot. Yeah, it's got call times. Hey, don't only call between these hours, kind of thing. Yeah, I'll have to actually translate these. Figure out what they actually say. Oh, these are 1993. Really? Okay. So these are like one of the Want to call the number? I do not. So it's the prepaid postage, right? The little prepaid postage seal thing there. We've got it too here in the States. Basically, you don't need like a postage stamp. It's paid for on the card or whatever the fuck, right? So yeah, that's 1993, not 91. So let's go 93. Ain't too bad. A little cheaper per tape. $26. Did you get anywhere with the handwriting? No, I didn't get any further on that. No. I do want to, but a lot of that's probably going to be off stream. I think. At least for now. Santa Pointer, how you doing? Yeah, I gotta figure out how I want to handle some of that stuff. How's the assembly going? It's going pretty well. It's going pretty well. Excuse me. That's not what I wanted to open up. I've got this stuff actually working. So it'll actually load up a board for me, which is nice. That's not how I should have done that, but whatever. Be careful, because it'll like auto lock if I don't do it right. If I time it wrong. Yeah. Now we're good to put the shit. I can't put that there. Yeah, it requires a lot of focus than streaming really allows. And specific to the titler, one of the banks is duplicated, right? So the way that's set up, it's using MMC1, I believe. I think it's MMC1, but it's an oversized MMC1. So the way that the banks work is kind of fucky. So there's a high and a low bank, right? So the ROM is split in two, and further split into the individual banks, right? So you first select the high bank, and it switches out the banks you are able to choose, right? So bank 0 is different depending on which high bank you choose, which means if you have a fixed bank at the end, right, that needs to be duplicated in both high banks, right? Yeah, a little tricky. Yeah. So when I'm writing notes and stuff, it's only in one of the two banks. So I need a way to like run a script and duplicate those notes or whatever across the banks and duplicate the labels in a way that that doesn't conflict and it makes sense across those banks as well. Yeah, because of all of the actual like drawing code, for instance, and a lot of the logic code is in that fixed bank. I'm not entirely sure for the handwriting detection stuff. I don't think that's in that fixed bank, the duplicated bank. I know at least some of it is, right? Like the springboard to get out of that fixed bank if it's not in there. But the rest of the banks are majority data, right? So yeah, it might even be in the fixed bank anyway. But all the handwriting data that it reads would be, in one of the other banks somewhere. So I have to figure out a decent way to handle that. And then even after that, it's a lot of like, labeling a thing with a temporary name so I am aware that I've touched it, kind of thing, right? And then a lot of detective work, right? A lot of detective work. And that doesn't really work all that well on stream, you know, especially for a lot of the Discovery stuff where I'm unsure of where I'm going and what I'm looking at, you know. If it's like the study box stuff, I know enough about the study box stuff that I can, you know, I can get by on stream, right? So like with the scripting engine on there that I need to figure out or finish figuring out, like that's something I can do on stream, right? Because we've already figured out the majority of that. So now it's just like housekeeping essentially. Figuring out the mnemonics for the instructions, and then figuring out a compiler for it, or an assembler for it, technically, right? But yeah, so a lot of that stuff is already figured out for the study box. But for the titler, it's a black box right now. Like I haven't figured out the majority of that. I just have a surface level understanding of a lot of it. Yeah. But anyway, let me go refill this and take a piss. I'm back in a few minutes. Won't go anywhere. I'm back. Spa? What? Oh, racing something. Gotcha. So as annoying as the heat is, it resulted in the 24-hour race running for roughly 21 and a half hours. Wow. 2.5 hour break was, wait for it, due to a power outage due to the overloaded AC unit. Welp. Give me a little snack here. Give me a second. Yeah, I don't really follow the racing though, so. I'm not gonna try that. You kidding? I ain't trying that. I know a trap when I see one. That's not what I wanted to click on. Click on that. Close that. I don't know. I don't know how I want to lay this out. German is pronounced Franco Chow. What country is it in? Is it in Germany? Belgium. Oh, I don't know. I don't know any of those languages up there. Alright. Let's see. Whoop. That one. 4. One, 2, 3, 4. And we'll just copy that, paste. 1, 2, 3, 4. 12, there we go. This time, right now. Oh. Wait a problem for that. Google Translate pronunciation help. Okay.
Spa-Francorchamps.
French? What?
Spa-Francorchamps.
You, French. It's in Wallonia. I don't... That's a place? Seeing that word, I immediately think Waluigi. I'm sorry. Belgium was a weird mix of 3 languages being official? What? Really? Okay, hang on. Let me... I'm going to look up where Belgium actually is. I know it's vaguely Europe-ish, right? Nothing vague about that. All right. Yeah, between Paris and Germany. Yeah, between France and Germany. Okay. Wow. Dutch, French, and German from the most to least spoken. Now, given its location, that does make a bit of sense. You know. Oh. Anthem has 4 versions, 1 for each language. I don't want all 3. Beautiful. Beautiful. I really need to brush up on my geography, though. Goddamn. Without a fourth language. You know what's really sad? Here in the States, like, there's a very large, I don't want to say large, a very commonly held racist belief, right? It's very, I don't agree with it, by the way, but it's like, you know, you live here, you have to speak our language kind of thing, right? But the people that say that don't realize that the U.S. doesn't define an official language legally. It's just everything's in English because that's what everyone hears. That's what traditionally has been used in government. But I don't think there's anything on the books to say it needs to be in English. Which I find hilarious, by the way. Absolutely hilarious. Meanwhile, to the north of us, up in Quebec, they've got laws in the books. In I don't know what fucking city. I forget. But they got laws in the books for like, hey, all the government stuff needs to be in French. Fuck you. Wouldn't be surprised if those people won't say that to Native Americans either. Yeah. So there's this one comedian I saw, or a bit from the comedian, right? And he had someone, you know, yelling the whole, go back to where you came from kind of bullshit, right? So the comedian goes, so, I set up a teepee in his backyard. It's like, well, shit, all right, fuck. Wasn't expecting that one. Technically, you're on my land, fuck off. Yeah, the Uno reverse on that one, right? So I set up a teepee in his backyard. Did he actually do that? I haven't paid attention to the vast majority of the shit he spews because it's just exhausting, honestly. But did he actually do that for making an official language for the federal stuff? Go back to your country. Sorry, we don't give warranty on European descendants. Not sure if we even want them. Yeah, I don't blame you on that one, honestly. You know? Don't blame me at all on that one. But yeah, I hate that whole, like, you know, go back to where you came from bullshit. Because, like, yeah, people don't choose where they're born, you know? People don't choose, in the words of Pirate Software, people don't choose their spawn point. You know? But unfortunately, a lot of people in the country don't really understand that. Let's see why not. Oh, no, did he really? That's unfortunate. From what everybody knows, right? Some of those people even try to pull that shit while visiting other countries with other languages. No, yeah, That's something that's frustrating me, you know? Where a lot of people here have never left the country, right? Or if they have, it's been on a fucking cruise ship, right? And the only places they disembark are places that have been built up around the tourism, right? Specifically from, you know, the fucking cruises or whatever. So they don't experience anything outside of their own, too far outside of their own social norm, right? And it shows. It shows so badly. Most personally about Americans, people that say, I'm Italian as my great-grandparent was Italian. Speaking not a single word of Italian. Yeah. Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Like, so I think my great-grandparents on my father's side, my father's grandfather on his father's side, or the, you know, that line, I think he moved to the States from Austria, I think. So he spoke fluent, right? And I don't know about my great grandmother over there. I assume she would have spoken it fluently. But my great grandfather never spoke it to my grandparents, right? To my grandfather. Because there was, like, I guess, a stigma around not speaking English. Well, I mean, there still is one, I guess. But it was, I guess, a lot worse then. So parents didn't teach their kids their native language. They just taught them English, right? Which is really sad, because if all of my grandparents taught all of my great-grandparents taught their kids, I could potentially be speaking 4 languages right now. German, Italian, and French. Or French-Canadian, if you want to count that. And English, obviously. But none of them did. Such a waste. You know? Such a waste. At the same time, they also have the option that everyone not American should get out if you're speaking their nationality on convenience. Yeah. On convenience, yeah. And then it's all like, okay, well, how do you define American? My family, great-grandparents, probably were born abroad. I'll say for all my great-grandparents, just for the sake of ease or whatever, right? But no one questions my nationality, right? Because I look like the stereotypical Caucasian American, right? But you do the same thing with someone from Latin America. Their great-grandparents, all from like Latin America or whatever, right? And then from the grandparents onward, all born in the States. They're as much of an American as I am, but other people won't perceive that because they look Hispanic. Right? And that's incredibly frustrating. And hypocritical. You know? I just came from Belgium to the Netherlands, and both were occupied by Napoleon Bonaparte. The area where I live was part of the now German Duchy. So should I go back to Belgium, France, or Germany? I'm confused. Yeah, right? Borders change. And if you want to like go that route in the States, all right, Texas belonged to Mexico at one point. So which side of that wall we're going to build is Texas going to be on? Fucking give it to Mexico. I don't care. Same thing with like California and everything out there, right? That was all part of Mexico. Honestly, I'd even consider when I'm a parent to primarily bring up my... Really? Without any German? Why's that? Even living in Germany? Belgian resistance, we were taken over by the Romans. Romans, Franks, arguably Belgian. France, Burgundy. Burgundy? Isn't that like a wine, a liquor or something? Or, or a wood or something? Austria, Habsburg, Netherlands. Spain, Austria again. France, Netherlands. Independence in 1830. A lot of changed hands. I think it boils down to anyone not like me, yeah. Since I tend to say that stuff to people whose families have been there at least as long as their own too. That's exactly what it is. Is, oh, you don't look like me, therefore you don't belong here. Right? And it's an incredibly bad argument. I was bought the Spanish Kingdom, so I have even more options. What even is America? Not even the original what? 11 colonies? They're not really American. It's all stolen. Yeah. 100%. 100%. I mean, that's why there are casinos in the Northeast. They're native owned. Right? And like when the colonies were figuring shit out, like it's not like we just it was just a settler versus native thing. We did then now what we do now, where we see two tribes, we pick a side, that tribe wipes out the other one, and then we turn on them. Bottom picture. What's this? You know how many fucking pictures are on this page? Historical regions. Where? Okay, so first off, let's start with where the hell is this on the map? Like generally. Ah, okay. There. Okay. All right. Right there. Right there in France. Got it. Okay, all right. Now I know where generally this is. This one here? Holdings, yeah. The houses and all that. Yeah, all the duchies and kingdoms and all that stuff. Counties and... Yeah. Grandson. That's the name of a place? Grandson? To answer the question, English is just more useful. Sure, they'd have to learn the language of the country where they grow up, but you can get so much more information or have more access to knowledge and education when you understand English from an early age. With the German school system, it takes around grades 6 to 7 to get somewhat fluent understanding of English on a useful for looking something up level. Well, so like I don't have any problem with raising a kid bilingual, right? If you want to know the difference between the duchy and the country of Burgundy, the duchy was under the French crown, country was under the HRE, Holy Roman Empire, which was neither holy Roman, or an empire. Right? Oh. That'll take care of itself. Careful with that, though. If he was fluent in English and Swedish at the age of 5? Christ. Bilingual is also an option, of course. Heck, depending on where I end up, it might be trilingual. Really? What would be the third language? Just out of curiosity. Voltaire? But yeah, some YouTube rabbit holes are terrifying. Even if it's like restricted to YouTube Kids. In fact, that's some of the most terrifying shit I've seen. Our local dialect is completely different from Dutch. People from the Holland area don't understand it. So basically, all kids here grow up bilingual. That's how I learn it. Don't give them unsupervised access to YouTube. Oh God, yeah, exactly. Until they get a decent media literacy, right? Yeah. Yeah. So like unsupervised access to the internet early on. Good God, no. Absolutely not. Yeah. My sister's actually taken an interesting approach. She's like, I don't want to say traditional hippie, but she's close. She doesn't even fucking own a TV, I don't think, right? But yeah, so the kid doesn't get screens at all until my mom is babysitting, right? Until she's at grandma's house. That's the only time she like gets access to a screen. Either that or when my sister like FaceTimes my mom or whatever, you know. The visual third length depends on a lot where I end up. Could be in the Nordics. Actually, I don't know. Don't know what I'll eat tomorrow. Do you expect to plan? Do you expect me to plan my life? Right. Favorite children, big if. Yeah. Although them both Dutch, English, and a language my partner would speak. Okay. Oh yeah, the reason I brought my sister. So apparently, I wasn't aware of this, but apparently, in early development for kids. Why did my power supply just switch? I heard a relay on my power supply, on my battery, on my AC actually. Hello, welcome. Sephora for you. I don't know how to say your name, but hello, welcome. Ahoy! Oh, but yeah. So my sister taught, or is teaching, I guess, her kid sign language a little bit, because apparently that's easier for them to learn than verbal communication at early ages. Yeah, rated during distracted philosophical discussions. But welcome regardless. How you guys doing? That's why I have a map of France, the Kingdom of France, up on my screen. But hello, welcome. What were you working on today? I'm working on some Tetris stuff, more related to menuing stuff and some housekeeping with it. Yeah. And I was distracted because I had finished that particular thing I was working on. So I haven't started on the next bullet point that I want to get to yet. But welcome. How you guys doing? Option. Wait. Hang on. Don't give kid access to screen or it'll be delayed kid commit to others. I don't know about that. You'll teach your children at least 2 languages at a young age. Even if they forget one, it will be much easier for them to learn a language later in life. Yeah, I could absolutely see that, yeah. HTMX, but WASM on the server. Is the server. Oh, really? Okay. Client side server side rendering. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Really adding garbage to the web dev stack. Beautiful. Beautiful. But yeah, so I'm working on some where was I? Basic menu over here. I was over here. Working on some menu navigation stuff in assembly for Tetris. Getting where's my controller? There it is. Getting this menu working and fixing this menu right here and adding a little. Hey, are you sure you really want to clear your save data? Yeah, looking more polished every time. That's the plan. That's the hope. That's the hope. Is a little bit of polish here and there. There's still a lot of crap I have to fix, like T-spins don't detect correctly for like scoring and garbage stuff. If you're on a wall, maybe I'll do that next. It like wraps around to the other end of it, which is not ideal. Yeah. So the web stack wasn't full enough of coverage already, right? So we're good not taking any class for my third language due to being lazy. Oh. So for me, back in high school, back in middle school, before high school actually. So like 7th grade, I think it was, right? I had an option to take a language class, right? And the options were like Spanish, French, German, and Latin, I think. It's funny that web dev is keeping alive the rest of the coding, programming, etc. I wouldn't say that. Web dev is an entry point, surely, for a lot of people, but I wouldn't say it's keeping it alive for everybody. Nah. But yeah, so back in middle school, because my last name is German, I'm like, oh, I'll learn German. Let's take the German class, right? So signed up for it. Took a semester of German, or year of German, right? Because middle school doesn't have semesters or whatever. And I still remember like going into that class for the first time, and that was the first time ever, stuck in my head, first time ever, any teacher of mine has been able to pronounce my name correctly on the first try. I mean, it makes sense because, you know, German class, German name kind of thing, right? But it still surprised me, right? Anyway, so I wasn't failing the class. I got like a C in the class, right? But the teacher was like, all right, so we're going over some like kind of basic shit. And a C, you shouldn't be getting a C in this class at this level. And I'm like, but what are you talking about? C is great for me. C is pretty good for me. What are you talking about? So she's like, you know what? You should probably take Latin instead. It'll help you understand this stuff better, right? So my parents were like, okay, and then put me in Latin for the next year. I have never failed a class so goddamn hard since 8th grade Latin class. Holy shit. I bombed that so hard. It's the biggest cope. Yeah, right? And I was doing okay in German. Right? I was getting a C, which at that time, like, all of my grades were a C. So, like, fucking whatever. It's good for me. Sprechen, otherwise correct. Yeah. Yes, German, the Latin-derived language. Yeah. Well, she was talking about like conjugation and shit, right? Which she was wrong because I still didn't know what the fuck she was talking about, right? So then in high school, I wanted to take Japanese because they offered Japanese, right? I've been a weeb for a while. Shut up. So I'm like, I want to take Japanese. Unfortunately, with that, for the first, so I needed at high school's 4 years. For for 2 of those years, I needed to take a language, right? So the first 2 years, I wanted to take Japanese. But there was only a single class, because fucking no one else took it, I guess, right? So there wasn't a lot of interest in it. Like German, there was like 4 classes or whatever, right? So you could pick the time slot you wanted. For Japanese, there was only 1 class, though. But I wanted to take it. So, like, the first year, all right, well, I can't take it this year. I'll take it next year kind of thing, right? Or whatever. And then the next year, same thing. And then my guidance counselor was like, all right, you need to take a language. Like, you need to. Actually, it might have been like first year was I wanted to do Japanese. And then the second year was the teacher seeing that I couldn't, the guidance counselor seeing that I couldn't do it. And be like, hey, you want to probably get this stuff out of the way so you're not doing it on senior year, right? So I'm like, fine, I guess I'll take Spanish. So I took like 2 years of Spanish. I remember fuck all. Other than the fact that I learned what the fuck a verb was in Spanish class. Because English didn't teach me any of that shit. It was all like book reports and reading and shit. Didn't teach me the parts of the fucking language that I spoke. Right? Shit started to click when I was in Spanish and we had to figure out conjugation. I'm like, oh shit, wait, all right, hang on. Really frustrating, honestly. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate that. Latin, language class that for some god-unknown reason everyone teaches. For a dead language outside of the church, maybe biology. That helps you for literally nothing. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't fucking help you with anything. We also have an ancient Greek option. Really? Teaching unknown languages. Teaching dead. Yeah, not unknown, but dead languages. I mean, for higher education, I get it, right? I understand it for higher education. Right? Because if you're doing, like, certain kinds of research, especially if it's, like, some sort of theological research or whatever, it's not going to be in any modern language. Right? It's going to be in, like, ancient Greek or Hebrew or something, or Latin, you know? Yeah, so I think my father, I wouldn't say fluent, but he knows either Greek or Hebrew, one of the two. So he can read it, I think. I forget which, honestly. I forget which. Might be Hebrew. But he uses that because he's a fucking pastor, right? I studied Spanish for 2 years. I learned that it was a spare grade, and I could get a guaranteed grade bump in English if I took a supplementary classes. Yeah. Welcome, by the way. How you doing? And that's for people who dream of being on Jeopardy when they grow up. Yeah. Meanwhile, Dutch, we had a purist phase and didn't use derivatives from Latin like mathematics. What? Think about next semester, I might pick up Russian as a language class. Ooh. Russian. Isn't Russian like exceptions, the language? That or Japanese, but I kind of don't want to go full weeb. Do it. Do it. Do it. Mathematics is that. The study of what is certain. Okay. Exceptions, language. Isn't that English? I think more so than English. I think? I don't know. I don't know Russian. The only Russian I know is Privyet. It's the only thing I know in Russian. All right? Yeah, I like how it sounds too, honestly. I do. I really like how it sounds. For what it's worth, I like how German sounds too. Johnny, how you doing? I think Latin is a pyramid scheme. Why would you be teaching that to kids? Latin is a pyramid scheme. Wouldn't that be Dutch is really a language of exceptions. We looked at what the Germans did and decided, fucking no real rules. Sunk cost fallacy. Yeah, there you go. There's no system to the madness. See if people still pretend there is. Well, English is really like, what, 3 languages in a trench coat? So the reason, like, for instance, plurals would be different between 2 words. It's because, okay, well, which language did we steal this word from? That's what it boils down to. Oh. 3 languages in a trench coat. All 3 used and pronounced incorrectly. Do you expect anything else from us? Honestly. We have rules, but with multiple layers of exceptions that transcends multiple dimensions. Yeah. 5 if you include what people who can't drink say on Discord. Yeah, did you guys see the I know some of you did, but did you guys see the talk that Xiaoma gave to, I think it was some college somewhere, I think. College or high school or something like that. It was all in internet brain rot. Zoomer brain rot, excuse me. Yeah. He doesn't Dutch, just learn it by heart. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Appreciate that. Just memorize. Yeah, not why. Memorize. Fucking, was that Real Japan? Those 2 guys? So half of English, got it. Oh. But why? Because shut up, that's why. Because I said so. We have a Dutch dictation competition. The best people who study for that can't finish without making at least a dozen mistakes. Oh my god. Jesus. I don't know why, but somehow that reminds me of God. What is this? There's this one competitive Scrabble player that plays Scrabble competitively in French. The only weird thing about that is he doesn't speak any French. He doesn't speak a word of the fucking language. Yeah, he just memorized the dictionary apparently. So, okay. Here's the rule. Here are the exceptions that you need to learn by heart. Half a dictionary. Well, at least you use letters, right? Vaguely Latin-based letters, right? And it's not kanji. You know? Not like, you know. Ugh. I can type it. It's not that shit. Feeling dumb. He deletes in Dutch is that, but delete is pronounced delete. That's my main issue with all the languages I'm interested in. All of them use non-Latin alphabets. Right? They have enough umlauts and shit to make up for it. Umlauts and diacritics and accents and... They have any weird characters in there? They make up any characters? Trailing T because it's a third person singular, but you don't always pronounce the T. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. What did I say I was going to work on next? I don't remember what I said I was going to work on next. It wasn't any two-player stuff. Maybe I'll remove those. I don't know. Or a fun roll where for you, i.e. second person singular, you add T to the end, except when you is behind it. Then you don't do it. Oh, okay, yeah, so you don't have one word, you don't have you ending in T if the next word starts in it, right? There's a word for that. I forget what it's called, but it's basically around to make something easier to pronounce, right? You said dirty board, then discovered that it was already done. I don't think you picked another after that. Right. Yeah, I did break it, apparently. How the fuck? What the hell happened? How did it break? God damn it. So I'm fixing this. It's waiting for an IRQ that probably never happens. Waiting for an IRQ that never happens. Because I disabled it. I never re-enabled it. Nope. Nine 3C1. Hang on. It's a vowel. What? So many people try to learn Georgian because of the alphabet, and I think which is crazy hard. So harder than Japanese. 93C1. 93C1 doesn't exist. Oh, it's right there. Dead transition? What? It immediately died. Why did it immediately die? F8, F6 is down here somewhere. Huh? What the hell happened? Is it a start game actually? Actually, what does the board look like? Why is the board full? Why is there shit in the... What the fuck? Well, that's why that didn't work. Starts right there. What they're trying to do is German in Swedish. What? Playing a nightmare where every second word is swapped out for the wrong Swedish word? What? At first I thought it was AI translated, but no, that nightmare occurred after someone fixed it. Ooh. In West Flemish dialects, you conjugate yes and no, so you have different yes depending on whether you are talking about I, you, or he or she. Oh, fun. That's disgusting. Okay. Come on. Standard, classic, or dirty. Init game. Maybe it like loaded a board when it shouldn't have loaded a board. Okay, so it's gonna clear that out. And then dirty board. Y is 64. Okay. Yeah, it's way down there. Why was it reading those? Did an IRQ happen or something? No. Answer is real clear. Codex. What the fuck? What the hell? That was the wrong index. It should have been this one. Why did that break? What the hell? No, not right. Not right. Take them in a working state and now you can't roll back? I don't know. I don't know what happened. Because it's like the only thing I changed actually, I didn't change any of that. Was that? We just changed the tile it used. So it's like it didn't like clear out the board or something correctly. Because that's why, because it immediately game over. Right? Before it even finished drawing the damn board. Unlikely, but check the subsequent code to whether it assumes the value of A. Oh, why is it even... Wait, it might be. What? How does this actually work? What the fuck? Okay, 20 rows. 100, wait. Load wide, 10 times 10, 100. Half of it, okay. 100 cells. RNG. Increment load it, sure. Give me a piece. Compared to 4. Branch carry clear, okay. Increment Y. Compared to 200, branch not equal to loop. Okay. After that, so this right here is filling in the loop, or filling in the tape, the field. What is this shit? So 10 in mult B. Where's mult A? Down in is row clear. Why are we doing this here? Don't do that. The number of dirty rows left. So this is the exit condition for the game mode. Basically, this is borked. Okay, well, all right. Is it an edge case of the random board having a complete line by coincidence and that's screwing up the game logic? I mean, I suppose it could be. What is this Israel Clear actually doing though? Okay, so load Y, store it there. Okay. JSR is row clear. Next 10. So that's it. Ten times 10. Okay. Load that. Branch equal next. Incrementer left. This counts the rows. Wait, what? Branch equal to next. Okay, so all right, so that's an early out. To say why the fuck? I have to also got the RNG data to verify they didn't have that many consecutive values that would set a cell. Yeah. I don't like how I have this laid out though. I kind of want to like rewrite this in the idea I had earlier today, where I just give it, I just have a handful of RNG rows, and I just pick which row I want to use, right? Yeah, I don't know. How wide is my game field again? 10 cells. 10 cells. Why? That'd be like 2 bytes per row. 16 bits, right? Get a random byte, 1 byte is tile, 0 bits in the tile. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'd still compact like that. I mean, sure, I lose some bits in space there, which whatever. But it fits in 16. You know, so I could have 128 different rows that I select, right? How many combinations of a row are there? 2 raised to the 10, right? Is that how that works? $1,024. I mean, that seems low. You can do a check against 0 and greater than 2F to avoid complete empty line and full lines. So we're gonna take the 10 low bits of the 2 bytes. I'd probably take the high bits actually. So then I could just reuse code, well, copy paste code that I'm using for this. Because I'm rotating off the top yeah, so these are like what, big endian to little endian. I'm doing it the other way around. These, by the way, are for the practice boards over here. You know, DT Cannon, 3D Cannon, and the TSC tower. And the code for that. Okay, that works. Not that. This one? Yeah, clipboard. Right here. Right? So this is, yeah, for the loop, loads a byte. Then cycles to that byte, popping something off, essentially. Right? Pops off the top, loads A, rotates it on, puts that in the field grid. No, it's not FF and not smaller than 4. No. $250 possible rows. How'd you get 250? That didn't seem right. FF minus 4 minus 1. Let's see how your current team can cause any immediate game over. The caller even clears the board before. Yeah, so I don't understand. I don't understand why the board wasn't clear. I don't know. Unless it like hit a corner case where it like wrapped around somehow. I don't know. I don't know. So full rows wouldn't be cleared immediately anyway. Yeah, exactly. Full rows wouldn't be cleared. Yeah. Since you only check for that after placing a piece and only where the piece landed. Yeah, so all it would do would be an impassable barrier. Right. Effectively make the board smaller. Correct. Yes. Same thing with empty rows, kind of. He doesn't. Well, yeah. Although an empty row would break some stuff, I think, especially for like the perfect clears. Yeah. 1,022 possible rows. 2 ways to 10 minus 2. A full and empty row. Right. That sounds a bit more correct, yeah. Hmm. Three FE. Reference, how you doing? Just started that platform prototype on the Game Boy I mentioned previously today. Ooh. Previously today? You mentioned that Friday, didn't you? So far, only the background tiles in, but works fine besides the color of the tiles being flipped over for some reason. Nice. Nice. Yeah, there's, so the one ace that I did on the study box used my little demo thing, right? But I didn't like bother loading any graphics. So when it loaded up, like the graphics were all fucking wrong, but it loaded and it worked. So, do I? There's a clip of that, right? Yeah, this guy right here. Yeah, let me pause real quick. Pause that.
Where is this?
Back when I was on Windows.
Exactly. What the originally want to do was jumping there now. So yes. Oh my goodness. This I was not expecting to actually work like this. That is
5 years ago. 5 years ago. God.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so the colors and all that shit are clearly wrong, but that's fine. Yeah, it's been a hot minute since we worked that out. A hot minute. Yeah. And for the bit byte patterns, you'd look at 0x FFE to that. The full and viewing the empty row, or viewing the 10 high bits of the 2 bytes. Yeah, when we still have the keyboard. Yeah, I still have that camera, but I don't. Like I said before, I don't have a good place to like mount it, so it would work, and not be in the way. Right. I don't have a good spot for that right now. I don't know. I need to get more hardware for mounting shit, I think. Mounting shit like Horse. Because I wanted to bring it back, honestly. Unless my brain is fried, which consider the temps is very, very well could be. Understandable. Very understandable. Over here, hit play on that. More hardware. Yes. Yes. I mean, so like behind the screen, I've got like two stand things. One's got my webcam and my teleprompter on it. That one right there. Another one's got my light on it, right? I do have another one of those over here. Hang on, I'll grab it real quick. Shut up. One of these things, right? Got a big clamp on the bottom of it to clamp onto the table or whatever, and then it's just like a straight bar, straight telescoping bar, right? So I need something like, I don't know, maybe to mount on one of these. But I can't like put it here. That's just in the way, you know. Biggest issue would be get those two random bytes to begin with, and then getting the individual bits of those to build the row. Well, getting the individual bits to build the row, I don't see much of a problem with, because I did that already for the practice boards. That's what this right here does, right? Because the practice boards are encoded in the same manner. Only it's for the entire playfield, not just per row. You know, so that works a little similar, but a little different, right? Getting the random bytes, that I don't see as being that bad either. Because again, I'll just write up a little utility for it, in Go or whatever, and just like shuffle, right? So I'll just make an array or a slice or whatever of all the valid values with like a fucking for loop or whatever, and then just shuffle it, you know? Oh. Oh, I forgot this actually. Like, lifts up so you can turn it. I think the idea companies are using is to not actually store the rows, instead using random bits directly as the rows. Oh, like the RNG, like using the RNG numbers as the rows. Oh, yeah. Okay. So with that, I mean, so I can't use the current RNG table because that is that only has values between 0 and 6. Because it's for the pieces, right? The piece RNG. Basically picking an order between 1 and 1022 and using the bits as the row. Yeah, I don't have a table set up for that. So I need at least one table. Maybe 2. I don't know. Probably. Well, I could probably get away with 1. 1 table. Duplicate 2 of the entries. Have it 256 bytes long. And then for each byte, just increment by 1. Grab 8 bits for the cells. And then just trash the bits I don't use for the second half of that. It'll be huge as well, though. I don't know. Not really. Not much different. We already have. You're essentially reading the RNG table. You already have a journey of bits of 10-bit numbers each row. Yeah. It's not really much different, right? And this works, I guess. Except for when the edge case happens, which I don't know how that happens. So yeah, so it's table based, right? But the RNG is for the pieces, right? Where the hell is that? No, it includes somewhere. There it is. So it's a 256 byte table of values between 0 and 6 inclusive. This is what I use for the bags, right? The pieces stuff. And every frame I just increment RNG index. And that is just an index into this table. Yeah. And then here, I just check to see if it's above 4 or not. Right? But yeah, you know, works well enough. Except when an edge case hits and it just fails you immediately, which, why? I don't know. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Appreciate it. I don't know. I don't know. What else if I just control R? I don't actually reload anything. What's the fucking fine? Wait about that. Basically, your RNG is deterministic in regards to input timing and frame. Yes. Well, any of it is going to be deterministic in some way. Because I don't really have a good non-deterministic way of getting RNG on the NES. You know. So it's really just like, all right, well, what's good enough? That's not where I want to put that. Can I get this down there? Beautiful. Beautiful. Haha! Oh my god. Let's go. Beautiful. I didn't think that was actually gonna work. That was good. That was real good. It was mostly a question on what is deterministic. Doesn't matter though. It was modified. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's good enough, I guess. I don't know. It works for what I use it for. I don't know. No one said that the P selection feels terrible yet. Until that happens, I don't think I'll revisit the RNG. You know. Because it works. It works well enough. Nope, that button. Bad spot for that. Yeah. Oop, okay, well. No. Anyway. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find that edge case that immediately game's over. I don't even know like where that would have jumped to the game over. It would have had to have been like in the first frames. How do I set up the RQ? Do it up there. See if that has any effect on it. It shouldn't. Well, it shouldn't break anything, rather, right? It doesn't break that. No. Yeah, I don't even fill it up. I start halfway down the board, right? So I'm not sure like how anything is even getting in there at that point. I don't know. Unless something overflowed somewhere really weird or whatever, you know? Will this work? I rotated the wrong way. Nope, didn't work anyway. Okay. Oh, whatever. How's your drop working? Is it possible to have the drop input stack stuck and fill up to the top within a frame? No, because that button doesn't repeat. Right? Right. Well, if I hold, even if I hold down, that button doesn't repeat. Right. I have to hold down again, because I had that issue where I'd hard drop it and hard drop like two of them at a time. I was like, no, stop that. Or I'd you know, I'd be hitting the soft drop, right, where it just speeds it up a little bit. It'd place a piece, and then the next piece would fall down too fast at the beginning, because my button, I still had the button held down, you know. When a language has generics, you really need to take it into account anytime you write anything that could take generics. First, I need to figure out my new generic system before I can do anything without constantly having to return my old language reward. Your language is just a rabbit hole of, oh wait, but I need to do this, don't I? Scope creep. Have fun with that. Crack by it. Yeah, that's fair. I don't remember how I triggered it, honestly. I don't know. Kinda. Yeah. Scope creep. Scope creep all the way down. All right. Game to I. It's in here, right? This is the dead transition. Current block +1. Is that always cleared out correctly? Because it could have been that. That is. Okay. Never mind that. Unless that's clobbered. Which I don't think it is. Currently moving to have a hybrid between how most generics are done and what Zig is doing, where you can just pass types into a function, so it can take compile time and runtime variables. Types are just values. Have fun. Have fun with that. Does it still send to the wrong high score table? Yeah. Yeah, I need to fix a lot of the high score stuff, I think. Because not only does it go to the wrong index table, it goes to the wrong entry in said table. It's offset incorrectly. So I need to revisit that. I don't think I'll do that today. I'm getting tired. I'm running out of steam a little bit, not gonna lie. Yeah, because that's... You're right, that is wrong. So this one... I'll do this one... End. It's a no-hold table. It's getting the entries in this one correct, though. I forget what one broke. Actually, I've cleared it now. But one of them broke. Maybe it was the, like, L blocks? Or put it on the wrong fucking table? Or one of these, right? Because I was testing with this the other day, right? Doing this for the notification stuff, right? Okay. Hmm. I don't know. I know that I haven't cleared the data in a while, so maybe clearing it fixed something. Block. Okay. Yes. Block. Ooh, where'd that one go? Okay, that's wrong. It was supposed to be Z anyway, but it didn't put it anywhere. Where'd it put it? Oh, that's just the screen. Yeah, it's just the screen data right there. Where the hell is this? There it is. It's on a nearby table. Yep. Yep, so I got some crap incorrect with that, so that's cool. I gotta figure that out. I think I'll leave that for next time. Yeah, I think I'll leave that for next time. Anyway, I'm tired. I've lost all my steam. So I think I'm gonna wrap up. Yeah. Anyway, so I'll be back next week, I guess. Doing, I don't know, probably more of this. I need to some drinks for next week, though. I'm gonna need drinks next week. I'm gonna need pretty badly, I think. This week, I'm not looking forward to this week at work. It's not gonna be fun. Yeah, much of bullshit's happening. I don't particularly care for it, and it's gonna be 1 billion degrees outside, so that's cool. Anyway, we're gonna find someone to raid real quick. So don't go anywhere quite yet. Let's see. If this is writing random pieces of memory, then that could maybe explain the other bug too. Maybe. It's possible. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I'll have to dig into it and see if I can reproduce it, number one. Find a reliable way to reproduce it, which I don't know if I'll be able to. I don't know. Not sure the timing will be right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. All right. I'm gonna find someone to go raid real quick. Who is this? What are they working on? Working on sprite art. Let's go over here. Working on sprite art for the game. Yeah. Raid. Okay, that's not how you spell raid. But yeah, come on through to say hi. I'd appreciate it. No idea who this is, but yeah, come on through to say hello. I'll be back next weekend on Friday. Yeah, join the Discord if you haven't already. And that button. And I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye.